Chapter 614. Undying Sword God Yi Chou. Back at the Shangqing Palace, Yi Xian had been fighting with the black-eyed old man when Jiang Tianjin had suddenly appeared and shocked everyone. Then, with a single glance from him, Wei Zhentian had suddenly been set ablaze and burned to ashes. Now, Yi Xian finally understood how Wei Zhentian had died. Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian stared at the white-clothed youth. It was him who had killed Wei Zhentian and tortured Yi Xian twice. How could he not take revenge? Suddenly, Jiang Tianjin, who was fighting with the vice leader of the Battle King Palace, glanced at Yi Xian in astonishment. He had not expected that Yi Xian had really joined the Battle King Palace and was even able to stand in front of him. He had estimated that Yi Xian would only be at the spirit realm even if he had joined the Battle King Palace. He had not expected that Yi Xian would already be at the Void God realm. So what if you have grown quickly? I can still kill you with one hand. Jiang Tianjin was filled with disdain. He would not admit that any genius was a genius because he was only 3 years older than Yi Xian, but he had already broken through to the Void God realm and was the #1 genius of the Weapon King Palace. However, he had already fought with the vice leader of the Battle King Palace for hundreds of rounds, and the latter could only barely suppress him. Jiang Tianjin suddenly stopped and shouted, "That's enough! I won't fight over that heavenly dragon corpse." Hearing this, the vice leader of the Battle King Palace also stopped and snorted, as expected of the #1 genius of the Weapon King Palace. "You have actually reached such a realm. I am impressed. Don't be so polite. If my father was here today, you would not be able to obtain the Sky Dragon Corpse." Jiang Tianjin's face darkened. "This Void God Realm Sky Dragon Corpse originally belonged to my Battle King Palace. Is your Jiang family a bunch of bandits?" The vice leader of the Battle King Palace said unhappily, "In this world, the strong are respected. If I were stronger than you, that Sky Dragon Corpse would be mine." Jiang Tianjin didn't want to waste any more words. He turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, I didn't expect you to climb up in such a short time. I hope you'll be in the second team." "What?" The vice hall master of the Battle King, Hall, turned his head in surprise and looked at Yi Xian. This Jiang Tianjin actually knew Yi Xian? "I once swore that I would kill you with my own hands." Yi Xian stared at Jiang Tianjin and said coldly, "Shameless boasting." After Jiang Tianjin said that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian frowned. He felt that this Jiang Tianjin was different from the Jiang Tianjin he had met before. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tianjin disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Right now, there were only 4 people left. "Elder who is he?" asked the vice leader of Battle King Palace. "Vice leader, he's a genius from the 9th Palace." "His name is Yi Xian," replied the gray-robed elder. The vice leader narrowed his eyes and asked, "Yi Xian, how do you know Jiang Tianjin?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, "My mother is from the Jiang clan." Jiang Tianjin had called him cousin before, so he was sure that his mother was from the Weapon King Palace's Jiang clan. This sentence gave the 3 people present a fright. If Yi Xian's mother was from the Jiang clan, why wasn't Yi Xian's surname Jiang? One had to know that if one wanted to marry a girl from the Jiang clan, one would have to marry into the family. In other words, the child had to be surnamed Jiang. "Wait, surname Yi?" The vice hall master of the Warlord Hall raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief, "Yi Xian, your father is—" What was Yi Xian's purpose in coming to the Bloodstone Continent? Wasn't it just to find his father? His father had only left a message about the Battle King Palace. It wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position. Now that the vice leader of Battle King Palace was in front of him, this person might know something. "My Father is called Yicheng, replied Yi Xian truthfully. Boom. The vice leader wasn't the only one who had heard of this name. Even the gray-robed elder and Yi Xian's trial elder had heard of this name. Moreover, they were very familiar with this name. You're the undying sword god's son? Then your mother, exclaimed the vice leader of Battle King Palace. Undying sword god. When these 4 words entered Yi Xian's ears, he shuddered violently. He seemed to have heard of this name before. Chapter 6:15. Jiang Xinyan, why won't you admit it? Yi Xian frowned. Because your uncle is the palace master of the Sword God Palace and the guardian of the last floor of the Sword God Pagoda. He was the one who brought your mother back to the Jiang family and severely injured your father. Your uncle is Jiang Tianjin's father. The vice palace master replied. Yi Xian finally understood why Jiang Tianjin was able to recognize him at first glance. Bloodline could only mean that Yi Xian had the Jiang family in him. Perhaps someone from the Jiang family had left him a debt. What allowed Jiang Tianjin to confirm Yi Xian's identity was the Bahuang sword. Jiang Tianjin and his father are both bad people. Yi Xian thought to himself. Jiang Tianjin's father, who was his uncle, had injured his father more than 1,000 times. As for Jiang Tianjin, he had also tortured him twice. Furthermore, he had burned Wei Xintian to ashes. Their hatred was stacked. Senior, what is my mother's name? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this question. After all, the word mother was too far away from him. Jiang Xinyan, the holy lady of the Jiang family. She is the most promising empty god realm emperor in the Jiang family. Empty god realm emperor. In the eastern continent, there is no other emperor other than the Sword God Palace. The vice palace master sighed. Jiang Xinyan? So, my mother's name is Jiang Xinyan. Yi Xian immediately remembered this name in his heart. What he wanted to do the most now was to help Yi Chong enter the Sword God Palace and reunite with Jiang Xinyan. However, he was still too far away from that goal. After all, even Yi Chong, who was an empty god realm king, couldn't break through the first floor. What was the use of an ordinary empty god realm king like him? He might not even be able to pass the first floor. Yi Xian stood there quietly and sorted out his emotions. He already knew where his father was. All he could do now was to break through again and again. Yi Xian, Jiang Tianjin, is extremely conceited and has a fickle personality. I don't think he will tell the Jiang family about you. However, you must be careful not to tell anyone that you are Yi Chong's son. The vice palace master reminded him. I understand. Yi Xian nodded. If the Jiang family found out about this, he would probably die at an early age. However, the name Yi Xian did not matter. It had been 20 years, and the Jiang family would not remember it at all. Besides, after he was born, he might be carried back to the heavenly water continent before he even had a name. That void god, realm sky dragon corpse, has been obtained. Although it is missing a heart, it is not a big deal. Let's go. The vice leader of the Battle Emperor Palace flew over, preparing to bring Yi Xian and the other 2 back to the Battle Emperor Palace. Yi Xian had already guessed that the Sky Dragon's corpse should be the one in his 9th branch palace. Vice Palace Master, how are the elders of the 9th palace doing? Yi Xian asked worriedly. By the time I arrived, they had all died in battle. There were elders' corpses as well as demon race experts' corpses. However, the Sky Dragon's heart was nowhere to be seen. I believe that the first elder of the 9th palace took it away. The vice palace master said, all died in battle. First elder? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already tried to guess the outcome of this before. As expected, this was all part of the first elder's scheme. He had used the demon race to obtain the half-demon heart refined from the sky dragon's heart. However, there is no need to worry. It is only a half-demon heart. It is not that easy to refine it. Moreover, it will only be at the void god realm at most. It will not become a king. The vice palace master said. Yixian paused. Even if it did not become a void god realm king, it would still be a huge threat. After mourning for a few seconds, Yixian stopped thinking about it. In this world, death was a common occurrence. The vice palace master and first elder of the 9th palace had done their part. Subsequently, Yixian returned to the Battle King Palace under the escort of a Void God Realm King and 2 advanced Void God Realm experts. When the Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Hall returned, he immediately notified many elders. There were more than 10 advanced Void God Realm experts, and even peak Void God Realm experts. This made Yixian feel immense pressure. Vice Palace Master, how is it? An elder asked. We have retrieved the corpses. They are of the fire attribute. We even fought with Jiang Tianjin of the Tool King Palace. This kid is much stronger than before. He might even surpass me in a short period of time. The Vice Palace Master said, What? Didn't this kid just become a king? Too frightening. Compared to his father, this brat is not inferior at all. Sigh. Among the 3 king palaces, only the Tool King Palace is improving day by day. We and the Beast King Palace are declining. Let's not talk about this. Previously, I went to take a look around. Most of them are half-beasts. I reckon that their half-beasts' hearts were brought out from the wilderness. The Vice Palace Master said, Could it be that these beasts are looking for the heart of the great emperor? Isn't this just a legend? It is said that an empty god, realm emperor, fell in the eastern continent. What a joke! These beasts in the wilderness are really idle. However, they are indeed strong. Fortunately, the Sword God Palace is here. Otherwise, they would be kings of the Void God realm. The elders started to discuss among themselves. All right, what should we do now? What should we do? Previously, a team from the Great Wilderness has already entered the Great Wilderness. Now, we need to form a second team. If any elders have any good candidates, please name them. The vice head of the Battle King, Hall, said loudly. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Most of the geniuses had already entered with the first team. Even the young palace master of the Battle King Palace had gone. What other geniuses would there be? The second team doesn't need to be too strong. 10 to 20% of the Void God realm is enough. We will first train in the wilderness. There is no need to enter the wilderness. The Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace said, If that's the case, I have 1 here. I have 2 here. I have 1 too. The elders began to list out the Void God realm geniuses they knew. They were all under the age of 30. There are already 8 of them. In addition, Yixian has also passed the test. Count him in. The Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace suddenly looked at Yixian. He had not asked for Yixian's opinion before making this decision. However, Yixian understood the Vice Palace Master of the Battle King Palace. All right. Yixian nodded in agreement. There were many void god beasts and beasts in the wilderness. Moreover, there were many opportunities. It was a good place to level up. However, at this moment, suddenly, a petite figure rushed in. She ran to the Vice Palace Master and said, Father, I want to go too. This girl was 16 or 17 years old. She was the Vice Palace Master Lan Yao's youngest daughter, Lan Xian. Nonsense. Cultivate properly. Don't cause trouble. The Vice Palace Master's face darkened as he coldly shouted. Chapter 616. Special training. Cultivate, cultivate, Cultivate all day long. Sister has already gone to the wasteland. I have to go find her. Lan Xian shook Lan Yao's arm. Her delicate face seemed to be on the verge of crying, causing the elders to feel heartache. Your sister is already a void god realm king. What about you? Lan Yao asked with a cold expression. Lan Xian blurted out, I'm already halfway to sister's level. No. Moreover, your sister is in the depths of the wasteland. This second team is only in the outskirts. Lan Yao still refused. My strength is not bad, and I have the wind attribute. Even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. Lan Xian continued. The elders on the side all knew Lan Xian, so they could only stay there in silence. They could not interfere in this matter. Lan Yao's eldest daughter, Lan Yu, had already broken through to the void god realm. She was the #1 genius of the Battle King Hall. This time, she was leading the team into the wasteland, which was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lan Yao could not let his youngest daughter enter. Yi Xian, who was quietly waiting at the side, was already helpless. This girl, who was a few years younger than him, was already at 50% void transformation stage. She had a powerful background. However, what Yi Xian cared about was that Lan Xian actually had the rare wind attribute. If she had comprehended the wings of the wind, then this little girl would be able to surpass 10 to 20%. In the end, the little girl could not dissuade Lan Yao and left sadly. Vice Palace Master, do we need to join forces with the Beast King Hall and the Tool King Hall this time? An elder asked. The first team has already joined forces. There is no need for this one. The more people there are, the bigger the target. Everyone, prepare for a month. After a month, we will enter the wasteland. Lan Yao said. Yes. Then all the elders left. Yi Xian, the wasteland's outskirts, are not very dangerous, but you have to be careful, Lan Yao reminded. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. After hearing about his father and seeing how powerful Jiang Tianjin was, he wanted to break through the wasteland. Strength was the foundation. You go as well. Elder Li, you'll be in charge of teaching him this month, Lan Yao suddenly said to an elder. Elder Li was actually the elder who had secretly tested Yi Xian. He also happened to be of the earth attribute. Yes. Elder Li nodded. Following this, Yi Xian would have to undergo a month of special training. Although the outer regions of the Great Wilderness were not as dangerous as the inner regions, Yi Xian's realm was not high. He would not be able to increase his realm in a short period of time, so there was only one way to increase his strength. That was to comprehend Upanishads. Elder Li brought Yi Xian to the training field and asked, Yi Xian, I'll be teaching you from now on. However, I want to see your actual strength first. Yi Xian understood what he meant and immediately took out his Bahuang sword and azure light sword. For the past few days, Yi Xian had been using his Jinqi to nurture the Bahuang sword. Therefore, one day for him was equivalent to several months for others. After all, others only nurtured their Jinqi during their free time. Sometimes it would take 2 hours, sometimes it would take 4 hours. Moreover, they also needed to recover their Jinqi. However, Yi Xian did not need to recover his Jinqi. Therefore, the nurturing level of the Bahuang sword could be measured in years. Come, use your strongest strength to fight with me. Elder Li shouted and took out a lower-grade virtual god weapon that he had nurtured for decades. This ethereal divine weapon was comparable to a medium ethereal divine weapon. Elder Li, if that's the case, then I will offend you. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, and his pupils suddenly turned black. The Bahuang sword instantly shattered and swept out. As for himself, he held the azure light sword in his hand and slashed at Elder Li heaven-shattering slash. A ray of brown sword energy swept out rapidly. This was a void god martial art that Yi Xian obtained after killing Gao Zhan. It was of the earth attribute. The earth-splitting sword from before was too inferior. It was not much stronger than an ordinary sword energy. However, with this martial art, the attack power of his original body was much stronger. 8 sharp blades that contained the pulse of the earth swept towards Elder Li. However, they were all deflected by Elder Li's sword. Bang! Although the heaven-shattering slash was powerful, Elder Li had suppressed Yi Xian's cultivation level. Hence, he only needed a light slash to split the blades apart. Damn, the difference in cultivation level is so huge. What's the point of training? Yi Xian's face darkened. However, he continued to attack. Ding! The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding! The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! The proficiency of the heaven-shattering slash has increased. Current proficiency is 40%. With the bloodline of the sword deity, Yi Xian's speed of cultivating the sword skill was extremely fast. In just 10 seconds, he had increased his proficiency to 70%. Good lad, as expected of the son of the undying sword deity. His comprehension speed is so fast. Elder Li was shocked. He could break the heaven-shattering slash without using his true qi. However, it was now so strong that even he did not dare to underestimate it. Yi Xian, haven't you learned any fist techniques? Elder Li suddenly asked. Fist techniques? Yi Xian was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he knew the Emperor Dragon Fist. It was said that someone had comprehended the profound meaning of strength from this martial art. He immediately clenched his left fist and punched out. Emperor Dragon Fist. Good one. Elder Li's eyes lit up, but he went forward to meet it, and then dispersed the Emperor Dragon Fist with a punch. He's so strong without using any martial art. Could it be that he comprehended the profound meaning of strength? Yi Xian secretly guessed. Ha! I comprehended the profound meaning of strength by relying on this Emperor Dragon Fist. Come again. Elder Li shouted. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Martial arts needed to be cyclical and gradual. One must remember not to bite off more than they could chew. If he comprehended the profound meaning of strength, his strength would at least double. He immediately withdrew the 8 desolate sword. His hands were empty, and he madly attacked Elder Li. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xian's fist shadows were shattered by Elder Li's ordinary fist. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. Ding, the proficiency of the Emperor Dragon Fist has increased. Current proficiency is 90%. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had not comprehended the profound meaning of strength, even though he had reached 90%. However, Yi Xian had a premonition that as long as he reached 100% proficiency, he might be able to succeed. After all, he had the bloodline of the Fist Emperor. Ha ha ha, kid, eat my fist. At this time, Elder Li suddenly punched out. It was the Emperor Dragon Fist. This punch was several times stronger than Yi Xian's. Its speed was almost faster than Yi Xian's reaction. 8 desolate shield. Yi Xian could not even dodge. He hurriedly took out the 8 desolate shield. The 4-layered earth pulse was already attached to the 8 desolate shield. Boom! The fist shadows hit the 8 desolate shield, and the 8 desolate shield hit Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian was sent flying. Chapter 617. Profound meaning of power. Bam! Yi Xian fiercely smashed into the wall embedding himself in it. The surrounding experts and elders of the warlord palace who were passing by were shocked. Elder Li is really powerful. Can that brat withstand this punch? It is said that Elder Li has long comprehended the profound meaning of power. I feel that Elder Li might be able to comprehend the second level of the profound meaning of power this year. TSK, maybe Elder Li has already comprehended it. The passers-by were discussing in low voices. At this time, Yi Xian walked down from the wall. That punch just now was indeed very strong, but he had the 8 desolate shield and the 4 layers of the great earth pulse. As long as he was not hit head-on, everything would be fine. Not bad, not bad. He actually received 10% of my strength from the Emperor Dragon Fist. Elder Li nodded in satisfaction. This 10% strength of his Emperor Dragon Fist was enough to kill a 30% void transformation stage martial artist. However, Yi Xian had just turned into nothingness, yet he was able to receive it peacefully. He was indeed worthy of being called a genius. Elder Li, eat my fist as well. At this time, Yi Xian threw a punch at Elder Li with a solemn expression. It was still the Emperor Dragon Fist. However, the power of this punch was more than twice as strong as the one he had just thrown out. What 100% mastery! Elder Li was shocked. Just now, he felt that Yi Xian's Emperor Dragon Fist was only at 60 to 70% mastery. But now, it had actually doubled in power. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Elder Li dispersed the punch. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the first punch, there was a second punch. As for the second Emperor Dragon Fist, it was even stronger than the first punch. It had actually doubled in power. This is bad. Elder Li's mind went blank as he hurriedly blocked it. He could not believe that Yi Xian was actually able to do it in such a short period of time. The profound meaning of power. He actually comprehended the profound meaning of power on the spot. This is impossible. Definitely. Otherwise, how could the second Emperor Dragon Fist be so powerful? The spectating experts were all stunned. As expected of the son of the undying sword god, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of power after fighting with me for less than 5 minutes. Elder Li sincerely admired him. Profound force was the profound force he had used to break through to the empty god realm. It was also his first profound force. But to Yi Xian, it was the second profound meaning. At this moment, Yi Xian was so excited that he couldn't speak. Elder Li's Emperor Dragon Fist had allowed him to reach 100% mastery. Following that, he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength. Yi Xian, there are only a handful of people in the younger generation of Battle Monarch Hall who have comprehended 2 profound meanings. Your aptitude in martial arts is already comparable to young hall masters, Elder Li said. Now, Yi Xian also understood who Elder Li's young hall master was. She was Vice Palace Master Lan Yao's eldest daughter, Lan Yu. She was only 25 years old and had already become a void god realm king. She was the only one who could compare to Jiang Tianjin. At the same time, he was also the one who brought the Ice Lady and the Flame Emperor back to the Warlord Hall. This time, young Hall Master seems to have brought the Ice Lady Flame Emperor into the vast wilderness. I wonder if she's the one I'm looking for. If she is, Yi Xian thought to himself, if the Ice Lady was Song Sui Jing and the Flame Emperor was Adjudicator Song, then it would be a tragedy. The vast wilderness was the most dangerous place in the Eastern continent. It was much larger than the territories under the 3 Battle Monarch Halls. There were void god realm kings in the vast wilderness. When Elder Li saw the thoughtful Yi Xian, he thought that Yi Xian was summarizing his experience from before, so he said, Yi Xian, this profound meaning of strength is only the beginning. Next, there are still the second level of profound meaning, light as light, and the third level of profound meaning, light as heavy. If you can master the profound meaning of strength, then even without using martial arts, you'll be able to kill an expert of the same level with a casual punch. After hearing Elder Li's words, Yi Xian regained his senses. The profound meaning of strength actually had the second and third level profound meanings. The stronger the strength, the faster the initial speed of the attack. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Why could it kill? It was because it had an extremely high initial speed when it was shot out. After I merged with the Beast God bloodline, my strength advanced once. With the addition of the profound meaning of strength, my strength has at least doubled. Yi Xian was suddenly bursting with confidence. During the battle with Gao Zhan, he barely managed to kill Gao Zhan. If he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength back then, he would have easily killed Gao Zhan. Yi Xian, the profound meaning of strength, isn't like the throbbing pulse of the earth. Since you've comprehended the profound meaning of strength, then we'll move on to other training. Elder Li said. Yi Xian nodded silently. Now that he had comprehended the profound meaning of strength, he didn't want to ask for the second or third level profound meanings of the profound meaning of strength for now. Yi Xian, how do you want to train next? Elder Li asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment before replying, underground technique. His attacks were already enough. What he lacked now was the ability to protect himself. Moreover, the underground technique could greatly increase his strength, so he prioritized training it. If he comprehended the profound meaning of the underground technique, then with the 3 advancements of his agility, his speed would explode. In the following period of time, he would train to avoid attacks while Elder Li attacked. Time passed slowly. Although Yi Xian's realm didn't increase, his strength continued to grow. At the same time, the situation outside had changed. The beast race was rampant in the territories of the 3 kings, but strangely, the 3 kings didn't send out any void god realm experts. This was a crisis, but at the same time, it was an opportunity. These dozens of sub-palaces had existed before the kings were split, so the 3 kings were taking advantage of this opportunity to undergo a baptism. The eastern continent only needed the 3 kings, not so many sub-palaces. Very soon, a month had passed. During this month, Yi Xian sparred with Elder Li every day. During this month of training, although Yi Xian didn't comprehend any new profound meaning, his throbbing pulse of the earth had increased to the 8th level. At the same time, all kinds of martial arts had been raised by him to 100%. His strength was several times stronger than it was a month ago. Now, the second team to enter the wasteland had been selected. Yi Xian was one of them. Other than him, there were 3 other geniuses from the Warlord Hall. These geniuses were usually the children of the elders, so their aptitudes wouldn't be too bad. The 3 of them were all at a higher realm than Yi Xian, and the higher one had already reached 50% void transformation. The worst one was at 30% void transformation, so Yi Xian was at the bottom. At this time, in a hidden palace of the Warlord Hall, the 5 of you must not let your guard down. In the wasteland, other than the orthodox beast race, there are only those rogue beast race. These beast race often roam the wasteland. If you are discovered, you must not show mercy. The Vice Hall Master of the Warlord Hall, Lan Yao, said earnestly, "Yes, sir." Chapter 618. Great Wasteland Team. In that case, your team will be led by Gung Lei. Gung Lei, you are very meticulous, so you must be careful. As Lan Yao spoke, he also glanced at Yi Xian intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Xian's life was very important. If the undying sword god, Yi Chong, found out that Yi Xian had died in the Great Wasteland, it would be terrible. All right, the 4 of you can leave through this secret passage. After entering the Great Wasteland, go to my Warlord Hall's secret base in the Great Wasteland first. After Lan Yao finished speaking, he personally pushed open a door. Following that, Captain Gung Lei led Yi Xian and the other two in. The Warlord Hall was a great power with a rich foundation, but in this world, there were many great powers that were destroyed. Therefore, there were countless secret passages in the Warlord Hall that led to the outside world. Yi Xian followed behind Gung Lei, slowly walking. Captain, you are Elder Gung's grandson, right? Suddenly, someone broke the silence and asked. That's right, Elder Gung is my grandfather. Gung Lei, who was walking in front, nodded and said, Since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. This trip to the Great Wasteland is extremely dangerous, so it's better to get to know our teammates. I, Gung Lei, am at 50% void transformation. Profound, inextinguishable raging flames. Zhao Jinlong, 40% void transformation. Golden touch, golden defense. Zhao Junbo, 30% void transformation. Stacking waves, profound meaning. After a young man with a buzz cut finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and asked, What about you? Yi Xian, 20% void transformation. Just as Yi Xian opened his mouth, Zhao Junbo cried out in alarm. What? Only 20% of the void transformation? Then why are you following us? Are you courting death? Why would the Hall Master let someone with 20% void transformation form a team with us? It was obvious that he had never seen Yi Xian before. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be any elders with the surname Yi in the Warlord Hall. At this time, Gung Lei's gaze suddenly landed on Yi Xian and said, Zhao Jinlong, Zhao Junbo, you two brothers were in closed-door cultivation before, so you might not have heard of it. Brother Yi Xian has comprehended 2 kinds of Upanishads and 1 level 2 Upanishad. What? Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo were bewildered. 2 profound meanings and 1 second-level profound meaning? When Zhao Jinlong had introduced himself, he had also mentioned the 2nd level of his Midas touch. He had originally thought that he was pretty good, but in front of Yi Xian, he seemed a little weak. Yi Xian, you're now my teammate, so I hope to understand your true strength, Gung Lei said. Yi Xian was actually very unhappy when he was interrupted by Zhao Junbo, but seeing that Gung Lei's attitude was not bad, he continued, Void transformation 20%, Earth pulse, pulsation protection, profound meaning of power. As expected, there were 2 of them. Gung Lei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, May I ask what level your Earth pulse has reached? 8th level. Yi Xian replied. This was the result of his 1 month of hard work. 8th level? When they heard his words, Gung Lei and the others were also shocked. Damn, it's actually so high. My stacking waves profound is only at level 4. Zhao Junbo was very unhappy. The water attributes stacking waves profound was the same as the earth attributes profound meaning of power. They could both increase one's strength. Both had some advantages. For example, the stacking waves profound had many levels that were easier to improve. As for the profound meaning of power, it had 3 levels. The first level was strength, the second level was lifting heavy as if it were light, and the third level was lifting light as if it were heavy. The stacking waves profound was easier to improve, but if the profound meaning of power was improved once, it would be equivalent to the stacking waves profound several times over. I didn't expect Brother Yi to be so strong. I was blind. The older brother, Zhao Jinlong, hurriedly cupped his fists. You flatter me, Yi Xian replied politely. TCH, you must have comprehended it by luck. Zhao Junbo was very unhappy. Soon, the 4 of them walked out of the secret passage, then rushed out of a barren mountain. All right, let's go, Gung Lei said. Then Yi Xian flew in the direction of the wasteland. This time, They entered from the direction of the first group from the wasteland. After flying for 7 days, they finally arrived at the entrance of the wasteland. During this time, they had killed many monsters along the way and gained a lot. All right, after passing through this mountain range, we will arrive at the wasteland. Everyone, keep your spirits up and fly into the clouds. Gung Lei looked at the mountain in front of them and said, Yi Xian and the other two nodded silently, then flew into the sky. For the past 7 days, he had been holding the Bahuang sword at all times, constantly nurturing it. The Bahuang sword was the weapon of the Bahuang sword god. It was an upper-grade void god weapon. After being nurtured by Yi Xian for a period of time, its enhancement was comparable to a middle-grade void god weapon that had been nurtured for 10 years. With the Bahuang sword in hand, Yi Xian had the confidence to fight with Gung Lei. However, just as they were about to fly into the mountain range, a figure suddenly flew in their direction. Be careful! Gung Lei was the first to notice and quickly reminded them. However, when he saw the person's face, he suddenly let down his guard. Young Hall Master? Gung Lei was shocked. There were only 2 young Hall Masters in the Warlord Palace. They were both daughters of the Vice Hall Masters. The eldest daughter, Lan Yu, was an empty god realm king. She had already entered the depths of the wasteland. The person who was flying towards them was the youngest daughter of the Vice Hall Master, Lan Yao, Lan Xian. Lan Xian had a pair of green wings formed by her genuine energy behind her back. Her speed had already surpassed that of the 4 people present. Ah, it's Brotherstone, Lan Xian said in surprise as she approached. Obviously, she knew Gung Lei. Young Hall Master, why are you here? Gung Lei asked with a frown. My father said that 4 is not a good number, so he asked me to round it up. Lan Xian looked at Gung Lei with a smile. Bullshit! Gung Lei and Yi Xian thought to themselves. Yi Xian had seen Lan Xian acting coquettishly towards Lan Yao. Vice Hall Master Lan Yao would definitely not allow her to enter the wasteland. Now that she was here, there could only be one answer, secretly running away. Moreover, she should have been guarding for a while. Young Hall Master, you should go back quickly. If the Vice Hall Master finds out, we will be in trouble. Gung Lei said helplessly. If you want me to go back, you have to keep up with my speed. If you catch me, I'll go back. Lan Xian said playfully. Gung Lei rolled his eyes. What kind of joke was this? Lan Xian's realm was the same as his, and she had the wind attribute outside of the 5 elements. Most importantly, Lan Xian had comprehended the profound meaning of the wings of the wind. The wings of the wind, also known as the wind acceleration, could greatly increase the speed of a martial artist's flight. Not only that, it could also increase the speed of their attacks. There was once an elder at the 7th level of the Void transformation stage who was unable to catch up to Lan Xian. Gung Lei was only at the 5th level of the Void transformation stage. If the 2 of them were to compete, they would probably be instantly shaken off by Lan Xian. Chapter 619. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Young Palace Master. I know it's dangerous, but I have the wings of the wind. It's already good enough for a middle empty god to appear at the outskirts of the wilderness. Advanced? How is that possible? Lan Xian shook her head disapprovingly. Her speed was so fast that those who were not advanced empty god would not be able to catch up with her. Gung Lei was still hesitant. Brotherstone, if you don't agree, you can go in by yourself. I'll just follow you. Lan Xian smiled and said, Moreover, I have the protective charm that my father gave me. As long as no empty god, realm masters come, I won't be in danger. Gung Lei hesitated for a while and nodded helplessly. They were already at the entrance of the wilderness. If they went back now, their team would be delayed. After all, there were actually 2 teams entering the wilderness. The 4 of them were the first team, and the second team would be formed soon. They would enter the wilderness after them. Thank you, Brother Stone. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Lon Exyon smiled as her evil plan worked. Gung Lei sighed. What a joke. Lon Exyon was faster than him. How could he protect her? However, what he did not know was that the life-saving talisman that Lon Exyon had spoken of was simply nonsense. The 5 of them entered the mountain range. As it was the first time that Yi Xian had seen the wind attribute virtual spirit, he could not help but take a second look. The wind attribute seemed to be a good attribute. If he had the wings of the wind, he would be able to double or triple the power of the 8 Desolation Wind formation. Unfortunately, these special attributes were extremely rare. However, just as the 5 of them entered the wilderness, you are. Lon Exion's attention suddenly fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian greets the young palace master. Yi Xian said, hastily. Initially, Lon Exyon had only thought that Yi Xian looked familiar. However, when she heard Yi Xian's name, her eyes lit up. Yi? Are you? Lon Exyon suddenly paused and did not continue speaking. However, Yi Xian was able to hear it. This young lady must have seen his father, Yi Chong. That was why she found him familiar. So it's you. However, why is your cultivation level so low? Lon Exyon asked curiously. Yi Xian's face darkened. He thought to himself, do you think everyone is like you, who has been eating heaven and earth treasures since childhood? His background was not bad in Lianyun City. However, if Lianyun City was compared to the Warlord Palace, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Not to mention Lianyun City, even the profound Sun Empire, the heavenly water continent, and the Luosha region were places that the Warlord Hall could destroy with a flick of a finger. When Lon Exyon saw that Yi Xian was ignoring her, she snorted and stopped talking. Soon, the 5 of them passed through the mountain range and entered the great wilderness. Everyone be careful. Although this is only the periphery, nothing is absolute. It's always good to be cautious. Gung Lei reminded again. This was something he had emphasized countless times. Brother Sure, where should we go first? Lon Exyon asked. Let's go to the Battle King Hall's secret base in the wastelands to understand the situation. Gung Lei replied. Okay, maybe sister is there too. Lon Exyon giggled and followed behind the 4 of them. The Battle King Hall's secret base in the wastelands was very secretive. Even Lon Exyon did not know about it. As the leader of the Great Wilderness Team, Gung Lei was aware of it. The secret base was near the entrance of the wastelands. They only needed to travel for 1 day. However, on the night they entered the wastelands, rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. Why is there a battle? Is it a battle between the monster race and the void god beasts? Gung Lei asked with a frown. Let's go and take a look. Lon Exyon looked as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. What do you think? Gung Lei turned to look at Yi Xian and the other 2. Although he was the leader, this concerned the lives of the 4 of them. He had to listen to the opinions of the others. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Jinlong nodded. Zhao Junbo did not object. Let's go. Yi Xian also agreed. Why did he come to the wastelands? Wasn't it to level up? Since there was a battle, there would definitely be casualties. He could still make a profit. This time, he came to the wastelands with a purpose. He wanted to level up and exchange for the Gemini bloodline. Then, he would have 2 void god spirits. Since Yi Xian and the other 3 agreed, Gung Lei could only agree. He immediately led the 4 of them in the direction of the commotion. At first, they thought it was a battle between the monster race and the void god beasts. However, after thinking about it, they realized that it was the sound of vital energy colliding. When they got closer, they saw 4 demons besieging a human. Among the 4 monster race members, one of them had already transformed into his original form. Therefore, Yi Xian and the others recognized him immediately. He's an elder of the Warlord Hall. Gung Lei immediately recognized the human and shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, the 5 of them dashed in that direction. However, Lan Xian was the fastest. She overtook Gung Lei in the blink of an eye. With the Wind Wing's ultimacy, Lan Xian's speed surpassed everyone present. She approached the human and took out a small sword. Rip, 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 rip. A series of crisp sounds were heard. 3 heads were tossed into the air. Even the red dragon that had transformed into his original form was beheaded. So powerful! She killed 4 people in an instant. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect Lan Xian to be so powerful. The 4 of them were around 40% of the void transformation level. Although Lan Xian's level was higher than theirs, they were still killed in an instant because they were from the monster race. "Elder, are you all right?" Lan Xian asked as she held the silver sword in her slender hand. "I'm fine." The elder from the Warlord Hall was rather shocked. When he saw Lan Xian's face clearly, he cried out, "Young Hall Master, why are you here?" "I'm here to help," Lan Xian replied. At this moment, Yi Xian and the other 3 finally arrived. "You guys are too slow. Here, each of you have an interspatial ring." Lan Xian suddenly threw the spoils of war to Yi Xian and the other 3 so that they could distribute them. "Young Master, we didn't help much," Gung Lei said with a frown. Just now, those 4 monsters were all killed by Lan Xian alone. Gung Lei couldn't accept this. "Take it. I have a lot of good things," Lan Xian said. Indeed, she was the daughter of the Vice Hall Master of the Warlord Hall. She had so many things in her interspatial ring that even Yi Xian and the other 3 combined could not compare to 1/10 of what she had. To be honest, these interspatial rings were very attractive to Gung Lei and the others, especially Yi Xian. F***CK. Is this a benefit? Chapter 620. Benefits F***CK. Is this a benefit? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had just entered the Great Wasteland and had already obtained a universe ring of 40% void transformation stage demon clan. These things were probably enough for him to break through to 30% void transformation stage. However, he didn't do anything. This time, he didn't even fight, so he didn't dare to break through on the spot. He kept the universe ring in his bosom and thanked, "Thank you, young Hall Master." This time, he had really earned a lot. He reckoned that he would be able to exchange for the Gemini bloodline in a while. "Elder, why are you here?" Gung Lei quickly asked. "Don't mention it. The stronghold was discovered by the demon clan. The few of us were besieged and lost." The black-clothed elder shook his head, helplessly. "The stronghold has been discovered." Yi Xian and the other 4 frowned. The secret stronghold had existed for many years and had not been discovered before. But now it had been discovered. This could only mean one thing. There was a traitor. Immediately, Lan Xian and the other 4 retreated. Gung Lei took out a transformation pill and threw it to the black-clothed elder, saying, "Elder, please consume this transformation pill." All right. In order to prove his innocence, the black-clothed elder consumed it on the spot. After a few seconds, there was no change. However, this could only prove half of it. The transformation pill could only prove that the black-clothed elder was a human. It could not prove that the black-clothed elder was on the side of the human race. I know you guys don't believe me. Now that the stronghold has been found, I can only report back to the main hall. After the black-clothed elder finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. looking at his departing figure. Gung Lei asked, "Everyone, what do you think? This demon clan is too sinister. We can't do anything to them when they secretly instigate our people to defect." Lan Xian said helplessly, "This elder seems to be fine, but why do I feel like he didn't use his full strength just now?" Zhao Jinlong said, "Indeed, I think so too." Gung Lei nodded. The black-clothed elder from before was also at 50% void transformation stage like him, so he felt that it was a little strange. "Then what should we do? Go back and stop him and check his universe ring?" Lan Xian suddenly suggested. "Interspatial rings are useless. Let's hurry up and leave," Gung Lei said. After that, the 5 of them quickly left. However, the black-clothed elder, who had just left, followed behind them. "I really didn't expect that the young palace master would actually come. My luck is pretty good. If I can capture her, I will definitely be able to make a great contribution." The black-clothed elder narrowed his eyes as he thought. Indeed, he was the one responsible for the destruction of the secret stronghold. At this moment, Yi Xian's group of 5, who were flying in front, did not know that the black-robed old man was using a special method to control the demons behind them. "Brother Sure, where are we going now?" Lan Xian asked. "Let's go to another secret base. Hopefully we haven't been discovered," Gung Lei said. The second closest stronghold to them was still 2 days away. However, after they had traveled for an entire day, several powerful auras are heading our way, Gung Lei suddenly said. "Yes, and there are quite a few of them." Lan Xian suddenly turned her head to look. However, they couldn't see anything because most people hid in the clouds. When the battle breaks out later, everyone will fight on their own, but don't be too far away from your teammates. Gung Lei said, "Understood." Yi Xian and the other 2 nodded. This was the outskirts of the wasteland, so there were fewer middle-level nihility god stage cultivators. As long as there were no high-level cultivators, they wouldn't be in much danger. After all, there was an extremely strong Lan Xian in the team. Sure enough, not long after they had decided on their battle plan, there were more than 20 demons descending from the sky. These 20 demons were all between 20 and 40% void transformation stage cultivators, so they weren't very strong. However, among these demons, there was a figure that the 5 of them recognized. "Elder, it really is you?" When Gung Lei saw it, he couldn't help but ask, "Hee, of course it's me." The black-clothed elder laughed. He had spent so much effort to put on a show with the demons in order to lure out the elders of the other strongholds. After all, in this wasteland, the Warlord Hall wasn't the only one with strongholds. The Weapon King Hall and the Beast King Hall also had strongholds. Very quickly, the 20 demons surrounded the 5 of them. "Leave that girl to me. I'll leave the rest to you guys," the black-clothed elder said to a white-haired elder. "All right." The white-haired elder nodded. He could also feel that there were 2 troublesome people in the team. One was Lan Xian, and the other was Gung Lei. The black-clothed elder had seen Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo before, so he had a better understanding of their strength. The other demons were enough to deal with the 2 of them. As for Yi Xian, he was directly ignored by him. "Let's not waste any more words. Kill!" The black-clothed elder shouted. In the next moment, more than 20 demons attacked instantly. Countless attacks flew towards the 5 of them. "Retreat first!" Gung Lei hurriedly shouted. Facing an encirclement, the best way for them was to find a weak point to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, the battle would be too dangerous. "Chase!" The black-clothed elder and the white-haired elder immediately moved out, but they were still a step too slow. The demons in the path of Yi Xian's group of 5 were directly harvested by Lan Xian, who was the fastest. Coincidentally, the demons from the other 3 sides also surrounded them. Young Hall Master, be careful! After Gung, Lei gave a reminder. He rushed towards the white-haired elder. Lan Xian's opponent was the black-clothed elder from the Warlord Palace. The two brothers, Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo, had already made their move. Now it was time. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 31 points. Yi Xian's cultivation level instantly skyrocketed. Let me see how much I've grown in the past month. Yi Xian's eyes widened. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Gung Lei's. 8 desolate wind killing formation, 8 layered earth pulsations, 8 sharp blades instantly swept out. At the same time, Yi Xian continuously slashed out the colossal heavenly killing slash that had already been raised to 100%. His killing speed directly surpassed the sum of Zhao Jinlong and Zhao Junbo's. What? This brat was hiding his strength? Zhao Junbo's expression changed. He could feel that Yi Xian's realm was not like what he had said. He was only at 20% void transformation. This was clearly at 30% void transformation, just like him. In less than 3 seconds, more than 20 Demon Clan experts, without even transforming, were killed by Yi Xian and the other 2. Yi Xian alone took a total of 13 universe rings. His cultivation level soared 2 more times, reaching 33. The miscellaneous fish had been cleaned up. Now, only the 2 of them were left. Yi Xian's eyes burned with a blazing light as he rushed towards Black Costume Old Man. Hiss! At this time, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. The 40% void transformation stage Demon Clan expert had already been killed by Lan Xian. Chapter 6:21. Traitor, how can he be so strong? Run! When the black-clothed elder saw his companion die in an instant, he hurriedly turned around and left. Don't even think about leaving. Gung Lei directly slashed out a flaming sword chi. Although the black-clothed elder dodged it, he could not dodge Lan Xian's attack. Hiss! The black-clothed elder's head was thrown into the air. Die! However, Yi Xian did not care about his life or death. What he cared about was the universe ring of the 40% void transformation stage Demon Clan expert. However, when he was halfway there, the corpse was suddenly snatched away by someone else. Zhao Junbo! What the F***CK? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Just now he was so excited to kill that he forgot about the even more precious universe ring. At this time, all the enemies were dead. Young Hall Master, your universe ring. Zhao Junbo glanced at Yi Xian meaningfully, then rushed to Lan Xian's side and handed over the universe ring of the Demon Clan expert. Here you go. Lan Xian said generously. Thank you, Young Hall Master. Zhao Junbo grinned and glanced at Yi Xian. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart again. If Zhao Junbo was an enemy, he would have killed him long ago. Brother Stone, what should we do now? Lan Xian asked. Since such a situation has occurred, then something similar might have happened in the other strongholds. However, we still have to take a look. Let's continue on our way. Gung Lei said. The 5 of them continued on their way. Yi Xian silently followed. His current cultivation level was no longer inferior to Zhao Junbo's. His strength was probably second only to Lan Xian's. Even if Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind, it would not be so easy to kill him. At this moment, he was very close to the expansion of his bloodline. After another day of travel, they finally arrived at the second secret stronghold. This stronghold was on a cliff, and there was a formation at the entrance of the cave. If Gung Lei did not memorize the map of the stronghold, he would not have been able to find it. Who is it? Just as the 5 of them entered the cave, a loud shout came from inside. Gung Lei was very familiar with this voice. Grandfather! Gung Lei shouted in surprise. He knew that his grandfather was in the great desolate land, but he did not expect him to be in this stronghold. Soon, 3 people walked out of the cave. One of them was Gung Lei's grandfather, Gung Feng. Gung Lei, Young Hall Master, Young Hall Master, Young Hall Master, it's good. Good is good. Fortunately, everything is normal here. Gung Feng nodded and said, Greetings, Young Hall Master. Grandpa Gung, are there any abnormalities here? There was a traitor in Foothold number 1. It has been destroyed. Lon Xian's gaze suddenly landed on the 2 elders behind Gung Feng. The 3 of us have always been here. When we go out together. We have never been alone. Gung Feng knew that Lon Xian was suspicious, so he hurriedly explained. After all, Yi Xian had seen a monster lurking for more than 10 years. Even if they went out together, they could not keep an eye on the other 2. If they were not careful, the traitor could leave a message to the monster. At this moment, Lon Xian suddenly stared at the red-robed elder behind Gung Feng and said, Elder, why is your face twitching? Everyone's attention fell on him. Indeed, when Gung Feng was speaking, the red-robed elder's face twitched. Yi Xian also saw it. Something was wrong. The red-robed elder's eyes suddenly lit up, and he directly attacked Gung Feng. Bang! Gung Feng was a veteran elder. Although his cultivation level was not high, he still had this reaction. Even if he did not notice it, how could he not be prepared since Lon Xian reminded him? Therefore, the red-robed elder was directly sent flying and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Elder Du, you? Gung Feng asked in shock. The red-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not waste time and directly shouted. In the next moment, he began to transform. A half-monster. He was a half-monster. Impossible. We've all taken the transformation pill before. Gung Feng could not believe it. Everyone watched as the red-robed elder transformed into a half-human, half-dragon creature. Are you an idiot? Of course. I only transformed after taking the transformation pill. Humph, since it's already been exposed. Then all of you can just die for me. The red-robed elder shouted and rushed over. The cave was not big, and only 3 people could walk side by side. If they fought, it would not be enough. Moreover, the half-monster had a powerful physique. If they fought here, the other party would obviously have the upper hand. Therefore, Yi Xian and the other 4 quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Gung Feng and the other elder were retreating while blocking the attacks. However, at this moment, the elder next to Gung Feng suddenly attacked. What? Gung Feng's eyes widened as he was sent flying by the palm. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hurriedly stood up. Therefore, the palm directly sent him out of the cave. If he was hit on the wall, he would probably die. Grandfather! Gung Lei shouted. I'm fine. Gung Feng's face was gloomy. He did not expect that there would be 2 traitors next to him while he was living in danger. It was too scary. Humph, you are indeed traitors. Lon Xian snorted coldly and looked at the 2 elders who had already transformed. You knew. The red-robed elder asked in shock. Of course, I'm here to catch the traitors. Lon Xian held Silver tightly and giggled. Her words shocked Yi Xian and the other 3. Had the young palace master received permission to come here and not come here secretly? Of course, it's just a suspicion. I only have a list of suspects. You were the ones who gave yourself away, Lon Xian added. This was out of Yi Xian's expectations. It was strange. How could the daughter of the deputy hall master of the warlord palace be an ordinary person? In that case, all of you can die. The red-robed elder's eyes flashed. Since the matter had been exposed, They could only destroy the corpses and destroy the evidence. Although he and the other elder had only reached 40% of the void transformation level, they were close to 50%. Now that they had transformed, their strength had skyrocketed. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yi Xian's team. In addition to Gung Feng, they had no chance of winning in a 6-on-2 situation. Kill! Gung Feng shouted, and the 6 of them instantly pounced. Chapter 622. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations divide the army into 2-inch the interspatial ring. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. This time, he was the first to take the universe ring. However, he almost burst into tears the next moment. Hey, wait, these 2 universe rings need to be reported back. These 2 people are on the list. Lan Xin suddenly rushed over and took the universe ring from Yi Xian's hand. Bullsh *T. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. However, how could he give up the interspatial ring when he had already obtained it? The moment Lan Xian took away his interspatial ring, he poured everything inside it into his devouring space. Lan Xian took the interspatial ring and said in surprise, "Hey, why is it empty?" She saw Yi Xian rush over immediately after taking the interspatial ring. She was not stopped by Yi Xian on the way, so she did not suspect anything. Maybe he has already hidden the items. Lan Xian turned around and left. On the other side, Zhao Junbo had a gloating look on his face because the interspatial ring he had obtained before contained many good things. However, Yi Xian's interspatial ring was empty. Even if there were items, they would have been taken away. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had already taken the items away. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. It is currently at 37 points. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to increase his cultivation level. Then he concealed his aura. At this moment, he was even closer to exchanging for the bloodline expansion. "Grandpa Gung, you should go back first. My father said that he will cancel all the strongholds and that there will be a new mission," Lan Xian said to Gung Feng. Gung Feng glanced at Gung Lei. When he thought that his grandson's strength had caught up with his, he nodded silently and said, "Young master, you should be careful." This 5-man team was very strong. They could almost wipe out the entire periphery of the wasteland. There were not many elders in each stronghold, only 2 or 3. Therefore, Gung Feng was not worried. Then, Gung Feng left directly. This time, Lan Xian did not ask Gung Lei what to do next. Instead, she took out a sheepskin scroll and said, "Brother Stone, this is the list of suspects. Shall we split into 2 teams?" "Young master, this." Gung Lei was shocked. One team was going to be split into 2. Their survivability was going to decrease. "The 3 of you stay together. I'll take him." Lan Xian suddenly pointed at Yi Xian with her slender finger. Gung Lei raised his eyebrows and hesitated. Lan Xian's strength had already greatly surpassed his. It could be said that the 4 of them were burdens to Lan Xian. If Lan Xian were to bring Yi Xian along, she would be able to drag Yi Xian away even if they were in danger. Without waiting for Gung Lei's reply, Lan Xian said, "It's settled then. Brother Stone, you go to footholds 3, 4, 5, and 6. He and I will go to the rest." The Battle Emperor Hall had exactly 10 strongholds in the outskirts of the wastelands. In total, there were more than 30 elders. 30 elders seemed like a lot, but there were over 100 elders in the Battle King Hall, so it wasn't a big deal. "Pa!" After saying that, Lan Xian slapped Yi Xian's shoulder and dragged him away. "Damn it, this girl is so swift and decisive. She actually thinks that I'm too slow." Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. Very soon, the 2 of them disappeared from Gung Lei and the other two's sight. Zhao Junbo revealed an envious expression. Lan Xian was the daughter of the vice hall master. Moreover, she wasn't married yet. If he could hook up with her, he might succeed the position of vice hall master in the future. He would be second only to the hall master and above tens of thousands of people. Yi Xian, the undying sword god, is your father, right? After separating from Gung Lei and the other two, Lan Xian let go of Yi Xian and asked, "Yes, you've seen him before?" Yi Xian nodded. Lan Xian's reaction had already exposed him, but he still asked, "I've seen him when I was young. He looks very much like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized you." Lan Xian nodded and said, "Speaking of which, your father is my idol. He has been trying to break into the Sword God's palace for so many years, but he was stopped by your uncle, your mother's older brother." Indeed, Yi Xian was a very persevering person. When Yi Xian was only a few years old, Yi Chong had left. It had been more than 10 years since then, and he had been constantly trying to break into the Sword God's palace. It's a pity that the Sword God's palace isn't a place where one person can make decisions. Lan Xian shook her head. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to meet Yi Chong the most and give him the Sword God's bloodline seed. The Sword God's bloodline seed could increase one's sword skill power and comprehension by 50%. If Yi Chong could obtain it, he might be able to break through the last level of the Sword God's pagoda. However, Yi Xian was still thousands of miles away from the Sword God's palace, and he was only at the Void God realm. His father, Yi Chong, was at the Void God realm, and he was a peak Void God realm king. He was only one step away from the Void God realm emperor realm. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Xian decided not to bother himself and asked, "Where are we going now?" "We're going to catch the traitor. Let's explore the 4 strongholds first," Lan Xian replied. In fact, she had her own plan, which was to complete the mission before entering the inner region of the wasteland. There would be high-level Void God, Realm Void God beasts, and demons there. Now that Yi Xian had one less competitor, his harvest would be greatly increased. The two of them flew for a while. After that, Lan Xian felt that Yi Xian's speed was too slow, so she decided to bring him along. The Wings of the Wind was extremely fast. They only spent 2 days to cross a few strongholds and arrived at the 6th one. The 6th stronghold's Elder Wang is suspicious. You have the 8th level of the Pulsating Guardian. If you don't go up later, I will immediately help you. Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian with a mischievous smile. F***CK. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He was actually acting as a meat shield to attract hatred. However, the elders guarding the outer region of the wasteland were all below 50% void transformation level. They were not much of a threat to him. "We're here." Lan Xian looked at a hidden cave below and said, "Forget it. When we see Elder Wang later, we'll directly attack him." "That works too?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "If he really is a traitor, then he will definitely fall out with me. If not, then I will just apologize." Lan Xian had a calm expression. Yi Xian was convinced, but this was indeed a good idea. In the face of death, if there was really something fishy, it would definitely be exposed. Then, the two of them landed and walked into the cave with the array formation. When the 2 people inside heard the commotion, they immediately rushed out. "Young Hall Master?" These 2 elders both knew Lan Xian. They were very surprised by her arrival. "Elder Wang, you betrayed my warlord hall and colluded with the demon clan. My father sent me here today to bring your corpse back. Go." After Lan Xian finished speaking, a figure passed by him. It was Yi Xian. Chapter 6:23. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Gemini Bloodline what? Elder Wang's expression changed. and he quickly blocked the attack. He realized that Yi Xian was not any weaker than him. Demon Eyes. Elder Wang did not care anymore. Although he did not know how he gave himself away, he could no longer hide in the face of danger. After all, he could sense Yi Xian's murderous intent. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent when he saw Elder Wang Demon Eyes. Heaven's crushing slash. 8 layers of Earth's pulse. A cold light flashed past. Elder Wang tried to block the attack with his sword, but Yi Xian countered his metal elemental vital energy. Bam, bam, bam. 8 muffled sounds rang out in a row as Elder Wang's sword chi instantly collapsed. Immediately after, Yi Xian's attack swept past his body. Rip! Elder Wang was directly cut into 2 halves by this sword. Without any hesitation, he directly fell to the ground. He was dead. This, seeing that the person who had been with him for a few months had died, the other elder was scared half to death. This was because he had actually been with a half-demon for so long. If Lan Xian and Yi Xian hadn't come, he wouldn't have known how he would have died at their hands. After Yi Xian put away the interspatial ring, Lan Xian took out a transformation pill and threw it to him. Although this elder was not on the list of suspects, she still had to check him. This batch of elders who were stationed in the vast wilderness had taken the transformation pill before they entered the vast wilderness. They must have transformed after entering the vast wilderness. The elder caught the transformation pill and swallowed it on the spot. After a few seconds, there was no reaction. My father has removed all strongholds in the vast wilderness. Elder, please go back. We have a new mission, said Lan Xian. Yes. The elder nodded and left. As for Yi Xian, he'd already emptied his universe ring. Did you take away the items in the interspatial ring? Lan Xian suddenly asked. What? Yi Xian's body trembled. How could this girl know his secret? It's up to you whether you admit it or not. The son of the undying sword god is naturally extraordinary. You've made so many breakthroughs along the way that I can't help but suspect you. Lan Xian smiled. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He had deliberately concealed his aura just now, but he did not expect that he would still be discovered. She was completely different from the little girl he had seen before. The first time he saw Lan Xian was when he returned to the Champion Hall. At that time, Lan Xian was still shaking Lan Yao's arm and acting like a spoiled child. It seemed that the people of this world could not be underestimated. Don't look down on the other side, just because they were naive. Since he'd already been seen through, Yi Xian wouldn't hide it anymore. However, he wasn't prepared to admit it himself. Instead, he directly swallowed the heavenly materials. Ding! The host void transformation. 40 points, that's 40%. Now, Yi Xian had finally gathered the Devourer crystal for his bloodline expansion. Ding! Gemini bloodline successfully exchanged. Do you wish to assimilate? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his mind. Assimilate. After hearing the notification, a list appeared in Yi Xian's mind. It was a list of attributes with high and low affinity. However, there was something wrong with the number of attributes. 6 attributes. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Earth attribute was naturally the highest. It had reached the intermediate legendary level. The second attribute was the metal attribute. Earth and metal were a good combination. Now that he had the Earth pulse, if he added the metal defense, he would become an unkillable cockroach. Furthermore, the effect of the Midas insight was also very good. However, when Yi Xian's attention fell onto the third attribute affinity, his body fiercely trembled. This attribute had surpassed the 5 elements. Wind attribute. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He actually had a special attribute as well. Everyone was born with the 5 elements, but not everyone had the wind, ice, and fire attributes. He did not expect himself to have a special attribute. Ding. Please select an attribute and condense the void spirit corresponding to it. Once selected, it cannot be changed. The system notified. In fact, Yi Xian had thought of many combinations. Earth and water, dual profound powers. This would allow his attacks to be very fast, and with the binding of water, he could use the water attribute to restrain the fire attribute. The fire attribute was also very strong. His divine tree of life bloodline combined with raging flames would become a killing move. The fire clone was also very strong. He could condense a fire clone and fight like the 8 Desolation Jinn. However, rising from the ashes clashed with the divine tree of life. They both had the effect of rapid recovery. Yi Xian did not like the wood attribute because it clashed with the divine tree of life bloodline. However, when Yi Xian saw the wind attribute, he instantly forgot about the other 4 attributes and chose the wind attribute without hesitation. Ding! The wind attribute void spirit has been successfully condensed. When he heard the system's notification, Yi Xian saw that another void spirit soul had appeared in his golden dantian. Just like the earth attribute spirit soul, it was 40% void. The Gemini bloodline was formed. Now that I have 2 attributes, when I understand the wings of wind ultimacy, I might be able to fight with an advanced empty god. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. However, he had to wait until he understood the ultimacy. After all, he had just condensed the void spirit and needed to understand it himself. What are you laughing at? At this moment, a clear voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was pulled back to reality by this sentence. He smiled and said, "Nothing. You have many secrets. You can increase your cultivation level in an instant, and you can take the items in other Qian Kuan rings. However, don't worry, I will not tell this secret to others. After all, your father is close to the palace master." Lan Xin said slowly, "Palace master?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew that the palace master that Lan Xin was talking about was the main palace master of Warlord Hall, and not Lan Xion's father, Lan Yao. The palace master and your father are good friends. At the same time, he is one of the palace masters of Sword God Palace. Lan Xian revealed another secret. The palace master of Sword God Palace. Yi Xian was shocked. However, what was the use of this? His father was still unable to enter Sword God Palace, right? In Sword God Palace, only empty God realm emperors are qualified to accept disciples. It is a pity that the palace master is only a peak empty God realm king and is unable to accept your father. Otherwise, your father would have been reunited with your mother. Lan Xian said again, "Empty God, realm emperor." Although Lan Xian did not mention it, Yi Xian thought of something. Yi Chong had obtained the inheritance of Sword God Ba Huang, but was not recognized by Sword God Palace. Did this not mean that Sword God Ba Huang was an empty god realm emperor? Chapter 624. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations dual attributes father obtained the inheritance of the sword god Ba Huang, but left the Ba Huang sword to me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Yi Chong had left a letter when he was in the Dark Sun Empire. It said that Yi Xian had 2 choices. First, he could stay in the Dark Sun Empire and live the life of an ordinary person. Second, he could become stronger and look for Yi Chong. In fact, Yi Chong hoped that Yi Xian would choose the second option. Otherwise, why would he leave the Ba Huang sword with Lin Wenyue and give it to Yi Xian when Lin Wenyue met him? "Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. I'll reunite you with Mother. Yi Xian swore to himself. Although he was a transmigrator, this body belonged to an unlucky person. He had to take up the responsibility since they were connected by blood. Now that he had the Gemini bloodline, he had an additional attribute compared to others. If he could comprehend the wind attribute ultimacy, his strength would increase tremendously. If he could obtain another twin life fruit, he would be able to create a clone that was exactly the same as his original body. One was the original body, and the other was the clone. If they suddenly appeared, they would definitely be able to catch the other party off guard. Oh, yeah, young master, can you give me a few martial arts? Yi Xian asked all of a sudden. You want mid-level virtual god martial arts? I don't have them. There are only a few of them, and my level is not high enough. It's easy for me to go berserk if I learn them, Lon Exine replied. No, I want a wind attribute virtual god martial arts that can help me comprehend the wind attribute ultimacy. Yi Xian corrected her. Lon Exine asked in surprise. Wind attribute? Aren't you of the earth attribute? Why do you want them? Does your friend have the wind attribute too? This Yi Xian paused. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slashed to the side. The slash was light green in color. What would attribute? Lon Exine was shocked when she saw it. However, she reacted in the next second. No, this is the wind attribute. You have two attributes. She herself was of the wind attribute, so she was naturally very familiar with this attribute. That's right, I have dual attributes because I ate a type of fruit before. I only found out afterwards that it was the twin fruit. Yi Xian made up a lie on the spot. The twin life fruit was a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Even void god, realm great emperors would fight for it if they saw it. However, those were the twin fruits that had not been eaten yet. But now, Yi Xian had already eaten it and condensed the wind attribute void spirit. Even if an empty god, realm emperor came, he would not be able to do anything. You have so many secrets. Anyone would be jealous of the twin fruits. Lon Exine rolled her eyes. She didn't expect Yi Xian to eat one of the legendary twin fruits. I have both the earth and wind attributes, but because I didn't have any wind attribute martial arts before, I didn't comprehend the profound. Yi Xian explained. Lon Exine paused for a moment, then took out two martial arts from her Qian Kuan ring and threw them to Yi Xian. My wings of the wind was comprehended from the meteor movement skill. As for this wind dragon slash, it is the best wind attribute martial art in my Battle King Palace. Perhaps I can comprehend the wind blade profound from it, said Lon Exine. Thank you, young palace master. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he immediately learned the two martial arts. Ding! Host has learned the meteor body technique. Current proficiency is 10%. Ding! Host has learned the wind dragon slash. Current proficiency is 10%. There were no changes after learning the two void god martial arts, so Lon Exine did not notice it. Now that I know so many of your secrets, you won't kill me to silence me, right? Lon Exine suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, If I want to kill you, I need to be able to catch up to your speed. Yi Xian said with a smile. Although he had already reached 40% void transformation, he still did not have the confidence to catch up to Lon Exine. The wings of the wind was too strong. Lon Exine giggled. At least you know your place. Speaking of which, when my father heard that the undying sword god had a son, he wanted to marry me, and my sister to you? Damn! Yi Xian was shocked. Why did he always encounter such things? Lon Exine was still fine, but her sister Lon Yu was a void god realm king. How could he suppress her? Moreover, he already had a fiancée. Right. Have you seen the Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? Yixian suddenly asked. I've seen them once, but they were wearing armor, so I couldn't see their faces. However, if the two of them worked together, they would be able to threaten my sister. I heard that they have already reached the peak of the Void God realm. Who knows, they might have already broken through to the Void God Realm King. Lan Xian was very envious. Yixian continued to ask, do they have special constitutions? I think so. My sister said something about Een. Een something? Lan Xian furrowed her brows as she pondered. Een and Yang twin constitutions. Yixian's body trembled. Yes, yes. I think that's it. Lan Xian's eyes lit up. However, in the next moment, she felt that something was off. She asked, how do you know? You know them? Nonsense. One of them is my fiancé, and the other is my brother-in-law. How could I not know them? Yixian said in his heart. However, Lan Xian knew too many of his secrets. It would be better if he didn't tell her. No, I've only heard of this constitution. It is said that if they cultivate together, their cultivation speed will be extremely fast. Yixian shook his head. That's right. When my sister brought them back, they were only at the spirit realm. Now, they are already at the peak of the Void God realm. They are only one step away from breaking through to the Void God Realm King realm. After Lan Xian finished speaking, her gaze fell on Yixian. Since I know your secret, I will also tell you a secret. The two of them are the secret weapons of my Battle King Palace. They are used to fight against Weapon King Palace's Jiang Tianjin. There's no other way. Jiang Tianjin is so powerful. He is almost on par with my father. That secret has nothing to do with me. Yixian's face turned solemn. Now, he was certain that the Ice Goddess and Flame Emperor were Song Suijing and Song Caijue. Most importantly, the two of them were brought into the desolate land by Lan Yu. It was extremely dangerous. I have to find them as soon as possible, Yixian said in his heart. However, what made him feel even more helpless was that he was actually weaker than the two siblings. The two of them could break through to the Void God Realm King realm, while he was only at 40% Void Transformation realm. The difference was too great. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's continue. Lan Xian did not suspect anything and left. There were still 4 strongholds that they had not visited. Thus, the two of them had to work hard. Yixian glanced at Lan Xian's name list and found that there were still 10 people on it. These 10 people were the sum of the strongholds that they were in charge of. For strongholds, 10 people. Chapter 6:25. Inner Wasteland, however. The more people there were, the better it was for Yixian. This was because Lan Xian had turned a blind eye and given everything to Yixian. After destroying the remaining strongholds, Yixian had already broken through to 50% Void Transformation. His strength was about the same as Lan Xian's. Of course, Yixian was still unable to see through Lan Xian's exact strength. Although it was 50%, it could be 55% or even close to 60%. Are we going back? After killing the last half-demon elder, Yixian could not help but ask, No, I don't want to go back. I have another plan. Lan Xian shook her head. Hearing this, Yixian's body trembled as he exclaimed, You can't be thinking of entering the inner regions of the wasteland. That's right. Otherwise, why would I give it to you? Lan Xian nodded. At this moment, Yixian realized that he had been tricked. Originally, Lan Xian wanted to find someone to accompany her into the inner regions of the wasteland. No wonder she turned a blind eye to it. It was not because she was rich and did not like it, but because it was premeditated. Yixian paused for a moment. At this moment, he was already at 50% Void Transformation. adding all sorts of profound meanings. He was already able to deal with high-level nihility god stage experts. At the same time, after a few days of practice, his meteor movement technique had reached 70% mastery, and his wind dragon slash had reached 90% mastery. His attack power was even stronger than the collapsing heavenly killing slash. Although they were all low-rank nihility god martial arts, there was still a huge gap between them. How could the martial arts of the branch palaces be compared to the martial arts of the main palace? Furthermore, the meteor movement technique and wind dragon slash were given to him by Lon Xin. What are you still hesitating for? There are great opportunities in the inner regions of the wasteland. It is said that a twin life fruit was born there. Moreover, your wind dragon slash is fused with the 8 layers of the Earth's pulsation. I'm afraid that even a 70% void transformation expert would not dare to accept it. With me leading you, there won't be a problem. Lon Xin said, somewhat instigated. Yi Xian's thoughts would naturally not be influenced by her. After careful consideration, Yi Xian nodded. If it weren't for those spatial rings, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Moreover, there were many opportunities in the Grand Desolate Realm, so he might be able to catch up to Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. If he was extremely lucky and obtained a twin life fruit, then he would be extremely awesome. If that's the case, shall we set off immediately? Lon Xin looked at Yi Xian and said, All right. Yi Xian nodded. This time, they might be able to meet Song Suijing's team in the inner region of the wasteland. At that time, they would be able to meet each other. Immediately, he and Lon Xin entered the inner region of the Great Desolation. Young Master, are there any strongholds in the inner regions of the wasteland? Yi Xian asked. No, there are too many experts from the demon clan. There are only a few void god realm elders in Warlord Hall. If we are discovered, we will suffer a great loss. Lon Xin shook her head. Then, do you have a plan? Yi Xian asked again. Lon Xin blinked her big bright eyes and said, Plan? What plan? It's good enough to come in and train. What other plans do we need? Yi Xian rolled his dead fish eyes. Even if he didn't have a plan, he should at least have a map of the inner regions of the wasteland, right? There was nothing. So he just flew blindly? Rumble! At this moment, a huge commotion suddenly came from the horizon. Someone's fighting? Yi Xian frowned. It doesn't seem like a battle between humans. It might be a void god beast. Let's go and take a look. Lon Xin looked like she wanted the world to be in chaos as she took the lead and flew in that direction. However, when they got closer, they realized that this was indeed not a battle between humans or demon clan. It was a battle between a big bird and a 2-headed flying dragon. It really is a void god beast. Lon Xin's figure paused. These 2 void god beasts are probably comparable to experts at the 50% void transformation stage. I wonder what they are fighting for. After she finished speaking, she looked around and understood the reason why the big bird and the 2-headed flying dragon were fighting. Yi Xian followed her gaze and found a strange grass. It seemed to be a heavenly treasure. That seems to be the transformation grass. If a void god beast eats it, it can transform into a human. Lon Xin explained. Transformation grass. This was not the first time Yi Xian had heard of this term. Previously, in the deep-sea underground palace, the ancestors of the Sea Dragon clan had eaten this thing to become a human. Don't the demon clan have some kind of curse? Why are they fighting to become demon clan? Yi Xian asked curiously. Yes, the demon clan does have a curse. After becoming a human, if you want to change back to your original form, you will have to pay a huge price. Moreover, during the transformation, your speed will be greatly reduced and you will be easily killed by others. That's why these demon clan invaded in an attempt to find the heart of the great emperor and remove the curse. Lan Xian nodded. The heart of the great emperor is at the heart of an empty god, realm demon clan emperor. Yi Xian was shocked. Lan Xian said helplessly, "This is just a legend, like the twin fruit. How can there be so many empty god, realm great emperors? The monster races in the great wilderness are very ambitious. Fortunately, the Sword God Palace is there to deter the empty god realm king level monsters from leaving the great wilderness. Otherwise, the eastern continent would be in chaos. Are there any empty god realm emperors in the wilderness?" Yi Xian asked again. "Never heard of it." Lan Xian replied, "Since there are empty god realm emperors in the Sword God Palace, why don't they just kill their way in?" Yi Xian was puzzled. The wilderness encompassed the entire eastern mainland, isolating it from the rest of the world. As a result, the eastern mainland had been declining with each generation. They want to. However, legend has it that there is a demon clan expert in the wilderness who is more powerful than an empty god realm emperor. Therefore, the palace master of the Sword God Palace does not dare to enter rashly. Lan Xian replied, "Beyond the empty god realm? What kind of realm is that?" Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. His father was only a peak king of the empty god realm. He was not an empty god realm emperor. The palace masters of the Sword God Palace were only empty god realm emperors. However, there was an expert who had surpassed the empty god realm in the wilderness. If he came out, even the Sword God Palace would be destroyed, let alone the eastern mainland. I am not very sure. It is just a legend. Lan Xian shook her head. Yi Xian was silent. Although the Sword God Palace was afraid of a legend, the more powerful one was, the more one was afraid of death. At their realm, who would want to take the risk to enter the wilderness? Therefore, the Sword God Palace had made an agreement with the demon clan in the wilderness. As long as the king of the demon clan in the wilderness did not come out, the Sword God Palace would not attack. At that moment, the battle in front of them was coming to an end. Oh, that big bird is in trouble. The double-headed flying dragon has the bloodline of the flying dragon. It is stronger than an ordinary void god beast. Lan Xian looked at the two huge figures in the distance. There were many clans in the world, but the dragon clan was one of the top clans. A mere large bird would not be able to defeat a dragon unless it was suppressed by a higher realm. Beep. The big bird screeched at the sky. Then its huge body fell from the sky. Plop. Chapter 626. 60% Void Transformation. Come, it's our turn. Lan Xian squinted her eyes and took out the silver sword. Ever since Yi Xian broke through to the void god realm, he had been using the 8 Desolation sword to nurture it. He had long been prepared. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and Lan Xian dashed towards the double-headed flying dragon at the same time. The two-headed flying dragon had long since noticed the two of them. It turned its 2 heads and spat out flames and poison towards Yi Xian and Lan Xian. This double-headed flying dragon was the same as the divine core profound beast Yi Xian killed in the Great Tang Dynasty. One head was filled with flames, while the other was filled with poison. So disgusting. You should do it yourself. When Lan Xian saw the dark, purple poison shooting towards her, she immediately shrunk her neck and backed off. Damn it! Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This girl was really unreliable. However, a void god beast with 50% void transformation cultivation was no threat to him. Boom! Yi Xian's entire body collided with the fireball. This scorching fireball was directly dispersed by the 8th layer of pulsating guard. He took out the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at the double-headed flying dragon. Dragon's slaying sword of 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. Swoosh! He had comprehended the profound of strength, and with the 10% increase in strength from the beast god bloodline, the speed and power of this slash had become extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the sword arrived in front of the 2-headed flying dragon, splitting it into 2 halves, one head on the other. Slash! The double-headed flying dragon was instantly killed. Without hesitation, Yi Xian dashed towards the 2 halves of the double-headed flying dragon's corpse and devoured it. A void god beast had a void god soul, but it was different from a human's, as it didn't have any attribute. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 51 points. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian had the Gemini bloodline, but his experience was still the same as before. Every time he broke through, his Earth attribute virtual spirit and Wind attribute virtual spirit would improve, which saved him a lot of trouble. I'll give you the transformation grass, too. At this moment, Lan Xian had already plucked the transformation grass. She tossed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not reject the transformation grass and swallowed it whole. Not every stalk of transformation grass could transform holy beasts and void god beasts. It still depended on its age, so its value was different. However, this stalk of form transformation grass still allowed Yi Xian to raise his void transformation level to 52. This secret of yours is truly enviable. Lan Xian felt the change in Yi Xian's aura, and her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Only I can do it. Yi Xian did not explain further, even though he had been discovered by this girl. Fortunately, Yi Xian was good friends with the Battle King Hall's main hall master. Otherwise, Yi Xian might really kill him to silence him. However, if this secret was really leaked, he would have no choice but to destroy this flower. Let's go. Let's continue our journey. Lan Xian flew up again and formed her wings of the wind. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although Lan Xian did not have a plan, this girl could not be underestimated. He guessed that Lan Xian had a place she wanted to go. Where are you going? Yi Xian followed her and could not help but ask. He still had to ask clearly. What if this girl wanted to go to some dangerous place, and he was not prepared at all? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? All right, I want to go to a breeding ground. Lan Xian knew that Yi Xian had seen through her, so she explained, "This is not the first time my sister has entered the vast wilderness." She said that there is a breeding ground for the demon clan in the inner region of the vast wilderness, so I want to go and take a look. Breeding? Breeding void god beasts? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. How else do you think there are so many half-demons? Lan Xian nodded and said, Why? Are you afraid? If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? I just need to ask clearly. Yi Xian snorted. In terms of strength, the current him should be stronger than Lan Xian. Of course, this was only his own guess. He had never truly fought with Lan Xian before. All right, I was afraid that you would be scared. There are quite a few of those breeding grounds. The great wasteland is wantonly transforming us humans, so we need a large number of void god beasts. Lan Xian said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had found a way to quickly level up. However, the level of danger should be very high, so it was better for him to ask clearly. What's the exact strength? Yi Xian asked. There are about 10,000 void god beasts in this breeding ground. It is said that there are also demon clan experts at 60% void transformation. Lan Xian said. 60% void transformation. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although his cultivation level was low, he who had comprehended various profound mysteries, could challenge people of a higher level. What did 60% of the void transformation count for? Let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Then he followed behind Lan Xian and flew in a certain direction. The meteor movement technique that he had learned was a relatively special martial art that could increase the speed of flight. Therefore, he was also constantly observing Lan Xian because Lan Xian was also using the meteor movement technique. However, Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind based on the meteor movement technique, so it was very useful to him. Instead of cultivating diligently, it was better to find a good teacher. Ding! The proficiency of the meteor movement technique has increased. It is currently at 80%. Yi Xian stared at Lan Xian's back. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Sure enough, with someone guiding him, it was very fast. He just didn't know when he would be able to comprehend the profound meaning of the wings of the wind. After all, his martial dragon movement technique had been cultivated to 100%, but he still hadn't comprehended the earth walking technique. The profound meaning was not so easy to comprehend. Yi Xian followed behind Lan Xian for 2 days. Then he heard waves of roars. We're here. It's over there. Lan Xian, who was high up in the clouds, suddenly descended. Then she pointed at a black array in front of them. In the beginning, the monster clan didn't know how to cultivate. However, they had mixed into the human society and learned many things. Arrays were one of the things they learned. It's so big. Are there more than 10,000 void god beasts here? Yi Xian stared at the black array in front of them and said in shock. The array probably occupied a large area. After all, there were more than 10,000 void god beasts. The monster clan raised void god beasts in captivity and forced them to mate. This gave birth to many new species. The double-headed flying dragon was the product of the double-headed flying dragon and the double-headed serpent. If they mated with the double-headed serpent again, the number of heads might increase. Lan Xian said calmly. Mated again? Isn't that a 9-headed serpent? Yi Xian suddenly thought of the Hydra in Greek mythology. The Hydra had 9 heads. If one of its heads was chopped off, 2 more heads would grow. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 627. Kill. There are all kinds of demons. Of course, the majority are still sky dragons. The reason why the demon clan nurtures these void god beasts is to see if they can create a new race that is comparable to the sky dragon. Lan Xian continued, Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you want to do? Yi Xian asked directly. This formation needs someone to maintain it. If we break it, then the formation will be broken and all the void god beast will run away. What do you think we should do? Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian. Since that's the case, let me go in first and kill all these void god beasts. Yi Xian could not wait any longer. Unexpectedly, Lan Xian was not prepared to enter. You can go in by yourself. I'll keep watch for you outside. Lan Xian took out the small silver sword. Yi Xian paused for a moment, a little worried about this little girl. However, he thought about how Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind. Even a 70% void transformation stage demon clan expert would not be able to catch up to her. Then be careful. Yi Xian reminded him and then quickly descended. Although this formation is big, if it is broken slowly, it will definitely attract the attention of the demon clan experts. It's better to break it in an instant. He landed on the ground and slashed his sword at the pitch-black formation in front of him. 90% mastery of the wind dragon slash. Bam! The green true energy condensed into a dragon head and collided with the array, instantly creating a hole. Then Yi Xian quickly drilled in. He had just passed through the array when he smelled a stench. He finally understood why Lon-Xian did not come in. To put it nicely, this place was a farm to cultivate a new race. To put it bluntly, it was a pigsty. The void god beasts' intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, but they still could not speak. Moreover, with the deterrence of the demon clan experts, they did not dare to act rashly. After Yi Xian entered, he looked around and saw several void god beasts. Kill. At that moment, he charged out. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. Although the strength of these void god beasts was not comparable to the double-headed flying dragon he had encountered before, they were superior in numbers. Moreover, on land, he would probably be able to exchange blows with an expert at the 80% void transformation stage. He hadn't caused much of a ruckus just now, and the demons guarding the plantation might have gone on a stroll, so his operation this time was very smooth. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 53 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 54 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 55 points. Yi Xian's realm began to rise continuously. At the same time, the number of void god beasts in the Yao clan's farm was rapidly decreasing. Although Yi Xian did not calculate, he estimated that there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. However, such a large number of deaths directly attracted the attention of the monstrous clan's experts. What? A human actually came in. The demon race experts who were chatting in the air suddenly trembled. Then they turned around and flew down. According to Lon-Xian's information, there was a 70% void transformation stage expert in this breeding ground, but that did not mean that he was the only one. These 3 demon clan experts were all around 50% of the void transformation stage, and the strongest was only 55%. You finally discovered me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and continued to kill the void god beast. After the 3 demon clan experts landed on the ground, he suddenly turned around and charged over. On land, his fighting strength had increased by at least half. Great collapsing heaven killing slash. Great earth pulse. Whoosh. Although the demon clan's physique was strong, Yi Xian's physique was not weak either. Furthermore, he had comprehended the profound mysteries of strength, and coupled with the advancement of the beast god's bloodline, the speed of his slash was extremely fast. Swish! By the time the 3 demon clan reacted, the slash had already arrived in front of them. This slash was horizontally slashed out. If the 3 of them were not on guard, they would have been instantly killed. Bam! The 3 of them worked together and instantly dispersed the slash. However, in the next moment, there was an even stronger attack coming from behind. 8 Desolations sword technique. Sword break 8 Desolations. Just as the 3 demon clan dispersed the great collapsing heaven-killing slash, the 8 sword beams converged, condensing into an even more powerful slash. Slash! This gigantic sword gleam swept through the bodies of the 3 demon race beings, killing them in a single strike. The sword slashing 8 Desolations required all of the genuine chi in one's body. However, Yi Xian had the Tree of Life, so he would be able to recover to his peak in a few seconds. TSK. Yi Xian grinned and walked over. These 3 demon clan experts had died too miserably. No, it should be said that Yi Xian's current strength was too strong. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 58 points. His realm had soared up another level. After killing the 3 demon clan experts, Yi Xian did not stay any longer and continued to kill the void god beast. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. The demon clan had spent a lot of effort to catch so many nihility beasts, and now it was all his fault. If he killed all the Nihility beast here, he might be able to level up to 60% void transformation. Very quickly, there were only 10% of the void god beast left. Just as Yi Xian was about to kill them all, the formation that enveloped him was suddenly broken. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It would not be easy to break through such a large formation unless one found the base of the formation. Rumble! A loud sound came from the distance. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that it was that girl, Lan Xian, who did it? At that moment, he quickly rushed over. When he got closer, he saw that it was indeed a young girl wearing light blue clothes fighting with a golden dragon. If the golden dragon was from the demon clan, then it would be a metal attribute void god soul that was perfectly countered by Yi Xian. Lan Xian held onto the sword in her hand and did not attack. When she saw Yi Xian, she immediately shouted, "Yi Xian, I'll leave this guy to you." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. How lazy was this girl? However, he also understood that this golden dragon should be that 60% void transformation level expert. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword. Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian took out his 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword and then fiercely slashed down. After comprehending the profound mysteries of power, whether it was his attack speed or the speed of his slash, it had greatly increased. This slash instantly swept to the side of the Golden Sky Dragon. At first, the Golden Dragon was played with by Lan Xian and was very angry. Now, there was another Yi Xian, so it chose to ignore him. However, his disregard caused him to suffer a huge loss. Bam! The dragon's judgment directly entered the golden dragon's body. The wound was instantly shaken by the 8-layer earth pulse, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Yi Xian had the sword god's bloodline in his body, which increased the power of his sword skills by 50%. The beast god's bloodline also had the beast king's deterrence by 20%. In addition to the dragon's judgment and the 8-layer earth pulse, his attack power against dragons was simply explosive. Chapter 628. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Deep in the Wasteland. If that slash had landed on the golden dragon's head, it would have been killed instantly. However, that was not the end. The dragon's judgment was not a sword that could pierce through everything. How could Yi Xian only use one slash? Bang! 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 Slash after slash of dragon's judgment landed on the golden dragon's body. In an instant, the golden dragon was on the verge of death. Go to hell! At that moment, Lan Xian suddenly appeared in the air above the golden dragon and took the opportunity to slash out a green slash. Swish! The golden dragon's head was chopped off and it died on the spot. Yi Xian was helpless. Why was this little girl like this? She even stole his kill? Fortunately, he did not rely on killing to level up. Instead, he relied on devouring to level up. Thus, it did not matter who killed him. The corpse is yours. Lan Xian kept the corpse in her hand. Yi Xian did not hold back and caught the dragon's head and body in the air. Then he took out the universe ring and devoured it. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. It is currently at 60 points. As for the dragon's corpse, there was no need to keep it. All right, we've cleared this breeding ground. Shall we go to the next one? Lan Xian said to Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Now, his cultivation level was finally higher than Lan Xian's. He had already reached 60% of the void transformation level. After a while, he might be able to challenge experts at the peak of the void god realm. At that time, he should be able to do whatever he wanted in the inner region. The wasteland was divided into 3 parts: the outer region, the inner region, and the inner region. At that moment, they were in the inner region. The young master of the Warlord Hall, Lan Yu, and the 2 siblings were in the inner region. I have to break through quickly and enter the inner region. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. Then, he continued to follow Lan Xian to the next breeding ground. However, this time, he realized that Lan Xian's flying speed was faster. It seemed that she was hiding her strength. There were many breeding grounds in the goblin race. Although Lan Xian only knew a few, it was enough for Yi Xian to break through. Moreover, there was a protective formation around the breeding ground. Even if they walked around, they would be able to find it. After 2 days of travel, the two of them arrived at another demon clan breeding ground. This breeding ground was the same as before, guarded by a 60% void transformation stage demon clan. Yi Xian took over the entire breeding ground in no time. Then, they continued on their way. Lan Xian only knew of 4 breeding grounds. By the time Yi Xian destroyed all 4 breeding grounds, his realm had already increased to 65%. All right, all 4 breeding grounds have been destroyed, Lan Xian said, as she looked at Yi Xian flying towards her. Is that it? Yi Xian frowned. He thought there were more, but he didn't expect there to only be 4. Yes, I do know one more, but that breeding ground is very big, and it is said that there are experts at 80% void transformation stage, or even 90%. Can you handle it? Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian. 80% void transformation. Yi Xian repeated in his heart, now that he had reached 65% void transformation. With the addition of various profound mysteries, he could solve it. However, he was not confident that he could reach 90% void transformation. Furthermore, Lan Xian's cultivation was too low. If he were to go out and fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Lan Xian. Lan Xian seemed to have seen through Yi Xian and said, "Don't worry about me. Do you really think that I'm only at 50% void transformation?" Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, this Lan Xian was hiding her strength. No wonder she was able to accelerate without limit. Then your specific realm. Yi Xian could not help but ask, "Feel it for yourself." Lan Xian did not answer directly. Instead, she released her aura. After Yi Xian felt it, his entire body trembled. This aura was at least 80% void transformation. Good heavens! Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Lan Xian was not at 50% void transformation, but 80% void transformation. It turned out that Lan Xian was just casually spouting nonsense that day. What half of the Nihility God Stage King? In the next moment, Yi Xian smelled a dangerous scent. This little girl was not simple at all. At least 80% void transformation. With the wings of the wind, she can already traverse the inner region. Her goal is probably not the inner region, but the depths. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Lan Xian looked at Yi Xian and laughed. You guessed right, my goal is the depths. However, it's very boring for me to go in alone, so I came to find you. Damn, this girl is too scheming. She won't even know if she gets caught. Yi Xian thought in his heart. A 16 or 17-year-old girl actually had such a scheming mind. It was simply heaven-defying. However, Yi Xian really wanted to enter the depths because Song Suijing and Song Jie were inside. However, his current cultivation was not high enough. If he were to enter, he had to have the strength to protect himself. I can go with you into the depths of the great wasteland, but there's a condition, Yi Xian said. What? Lan Xian was somewhat curious. I need some time to improve my meteor movement technique and wind dragon / I need to have the ability to protect myself. Yi Xian replied. When Lan Xian heard this, she snapped her fingers and said, Isn't that simple? My 2 martial arts have already been trained to 100% mastery. Later, when we find a place, I'll show it to you. However, whether or not you can learn it will depend on your own aptitude. All right, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Right now, he already possessed the wind attribute void spirit. If he were to comprehend the wings of the wind, then his fighting strength would greatly increase. Even the wind blade was not bad. It could also increase his attack strength explosively. Although Lan Xian was only 16 or 17 years old, the one who reached the top was the teacher. Even if she was an 8-year-old child, as long as there was a place for Yi Xian to learn, Yi Xian would not mind. What integrity! Could it be used in battle? Then do you want to learn first, or go to that big breeding ground first? Lan Xian continued to ask. Learn first. Yi Xian solemnly replied. Although the big breeding ground could increase his void transformation level by 10% if he were to comprehend the profound, his fighting strength would increase even more. Then let's find a place. Since you were able to improve your wind, dragon slash, and meteor movement technique to 90% mastery in such a short time, your aptitude is not low. Who knows, you might be able to comprehend the profound. After Lan Xian finished speaking, she spread her wings and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. Lan Xian's cultivation level was already the same as Elder Li's, but her strength was stronger than Elder Li's. If Yi Xian comprehended the profound of wind, then the two of them would be fine as long as they did not encounter any void god realm kings. Soon, the two of them found a remote place. Yi Xian was undergoing his second special training. Continuously learning martial arts was a very boring thing, but if the two of them were to train together, it would be much easier. Chapter 6:29. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations' underground movement technique. Lan Xian's cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's, and she had the wings of the wind. If she unleashed her full speed, Yi Xian would not be able to catch up with her. Therefore, she could only use the meteor movement technique instead of the wings of the wind. Yi Xian was observing Lan Xian's movement technique as he fought with her. Even if he did not comprehend the profound this time, it was not bad that he had improved the two martial arts to 100%. Lan Xian had comprehended the wings of the wind when she had improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. When a martial arts technique was improved to 100%, it would comprehend the profound in many cases. Therefore, Yi Xian was wondering if he could use this opportunity to comprehend the profound. Their training lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Yi Xian kept fighting with Lan Xian and improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. However, the wind dragon slash did not improve at all. This was rare. After all, he had the bloodline of the sword god, which gave him a 50% increase in comprehension. What was even more frustrating was that Yi Xian did not comprehend the wind acceleration profound after he had improved the meteor movement technique to 100%. Therefore, Yi Xian did not use the meteor movement technique anymore. Instead, he used the martial dragon movement technique to fight with Lan Xian on land. However, not long after the meteor movement technique had a breakthrough. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Lan Xian had casually slashed out a slash. However, this slash was several times more powerful than the previous one. It should be known that this was just a sword chi that she had casually slashed out. Oh no! Dodge! Yi Xian was stunned. By the time he reacted, the sword chi was already in front of him. This is the wind blade profound. Yi Xian widened his eyes as he watched the slash coming closer and closer. Lan Xian had comprehended the wind blade profound at this time. However, he did not have time to care about this. This sword chi was extremely powerful. If he did not dodge it, he might be cut in half. If his heart and head were injured, even the bloodline of the divine tree of life would be useless. This slash was extremely fast. He could only dodge it because he did not have enough time to use the Okang shield. Bang! Yi Xian took a step forward and used the martial dragon movement technique to dash to the left. Ding! Host has comprehended the profound meaning of the earth traversing technique. A notification suddenly sounded. In the next moment, a clear and loud sound was heard. Hiss! The sword chi attack, which contained the wind blade profound, swept past Yi Xian's shoulder and directly cut off his right shoulder. In that instant, Yi Xian smelled the scent of death, but at this critical moment, he actually comprehended the profound meaning of the earth-walking technique, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Plop! The severed arm fell to the ground. Yi Xian and Lan Xian were stupefied. The two of them had comprehended profound meanings one after another. Lan Xian had comprehended the wind blade profound, while Yi Xian had comprehended the earth walking profound. Are you okay? Lan Xian came to her senses and quickly landed in front of Yi Xian. At their level, it was common for experts to lose their arms and legs. However, the stronger they were, the more difficult it was to recover from their injuries. Therefore, they needed high-grade healing medicine. Fortunately, Lan Xian was the daughter of the deputy hall master of Warlord Palace. She had many good things. However, Yi Xian did not need them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian grew a new arm, but his clothes could not be restored. This Lan Xian instinctively stepped back. She had seen Yi Xian grow an arm with her own eyes. At this moment, she glanced at the arm on the ground. It had turned into mud. When she saw this, Lan Xian's first thought was that Yi Xian had a third type of void spirit, the wood elemental void spirit. Rapid healing? No, this is rejuvenation, Lan Xian exclaimed. Rejuvenation? Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, I don't have a wood elemental spirit. This is just my physique. The wood elemental void spirit had a rapid healing profound that could heal injuries quickly. At the same time, it had a second level profound, which was rejuvenation. Although it did not have the effect of rejuvenation, it could regrow flesh and bones. In other words, it could regrow a broken arm. Nonsense! If this isn't rejuvenation, then what is? Lan Xian did not believe him. The twin fruits are so rare. Do you think I ate two at once? Yi Xian shook his head and said. Lan Xian was stunned. Even she had never heard of the twin fruits. They only existed in legends. It was impossible for Yi Xian to eat two at once. Then why can't you use up all your true qi? The earth elemental void spirit and wind elemental void spirit won't help you recover your true qi faster. Lan Xian asked. I told you, it's my physique. Anyway, I don't have a wood elemental spirit. If I lie to you, I will never be able to break through to the void god realm. Yi Xian did not want to talk too much about this topic. TCH, there are many people who can't break through to the void god realm. Lan Xian rolled her eyes and asked again, You really don't have three types of spirits? Yi Xian shook his head and said, No, if I ate two twin fruits, I would definitely condense a metal spirit instead of a wood elemental void spirit. Hearing this, Lan Xian felt that it made sense. Yi Xian had already comprehended the 8th level of the earth pulse. If he also comprehended the metal defense, his chances of survival would increase greatly. Now that he also had the earth movement technique, as long as he did not run into a void god realm king, he would definitely be fine. If Lan Xian had to choose, she would indeed choose the earth elemental spirit and the metal elemental spirit. All right, I'll believe you for now. Lan Xian pursed her lips and said, I just comprehended the wind blade profound. I need to comprehend it myself. All right. Yi Xian nodded his head. Not only did Lon Exile want to comprehend it, but he also wanted to try the earth movement technique. Just now, at the critical moment, he had comprehended the underground movement technique. Otherwise, he might really have been killed by that attack that contained the profound meaning of the wind blade. Fortunately, the heavens were looking out for him. After Lon Exile left, his figure flashed. His speed was twice as fast as before. I've advanced my agility 3 times. Now that I have the earth movement technique, I won't be in any danger on land, Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had not comprehended the wind wings, which was the wind acceleration technique, he had comprehended the earth movement technique. The earth movement technique had a second level of earth movement technique, which was called earth shrinking. This profound was very powerful and allowed one to travel through the ground. If one used the wind wings to travel, they might be discovered. But who would drill into the ground? Yi Xian tried the earth movement technique again. He found that the earth movement technique was too awesome. His speed on the ground was almost comparable to Lon Exile's flying speed in the sky. Should I find this little girl to fight later? He thought to himself. However, in the end, he decided against it. There was no point in fighting like this. The two of them would definitely go easy on each other. After all, this was not a battle to the death. It was better to find a demon. Chapter 630. Translator. Trans and editor. Trans and great increase in strength a day later. Lon Exile had finished comprehending the Windblade ultimacy and could use it proficiently. Her current attack power was at least twice as strong as before. The wind acceleration and wind wings gave Lon Exile the strength of an invincible void god. I never thought that I would comprehend the wind blade ultimacy at this time. I have to thank you for this. After seeing Yi Xian again, Lon Exile thanked him. Of course, there was also a trace of shame because she had almost killed Yi Xian by accident. Let's not practice anymore. Let's go to the farm. I have also comprehended the earth movement technique. It is enough to protect myself. Yi Xian said, pulse of the earth, pulse of protection, ultimacy of power, and earth movement technique. In total, he had comprehended 3 earth ultimacies and 1 level 2 ultimacy. Even if he was at the peak of the nihility god stage, Yi Xian still had the guts to provoke him. Since that is the case, let's go. Lon Exile formed a pair of green wings and turned to leave. As for Yi Xian, he was running wildly on the ground. His speed was not slower than Lon Exile's. Lon Exile, 80% void transformation level. Yi Xian, 65% void transformation level. Although there was a difference of more than 10 levels between them, Yi Xian had the enhancement of his bloodline. When he ran at full speed, his speed was slightly faster than Lon Exile's. This guy, how many secrets does he have? He is even faster than me. Lon Exile did not understand. In her heart, Yi Xian was an extremely mysterious person. Dual attributes, rejuvenating body constitution, rapid breakthrough, emptying of universe ring in an instant, etc. These were not things that ordinary people could do. This time, they had only traveled for half a day before they saw the large farm. There were not many such large farms in the wasteland. The void god beasts, they were very powerful, and there were more than 100,000 of them. Originally, with so many void god beasts gathered together, there would be frequent riots. However, surprisingly, these void god beasts were very well behaved. After all, there was once a void god realm king from the demon clan who had arrived and severely intimidated them. If there were any troublemakers, they would be killed on the spot. Therefore, these void god beasts could only obediently stay in their own territories. At this moment, Yi Xian and Lon Exile had already arrived in front of the pitch-black array formation. Just like before, you settle it yourself. I'll watch. After Lan Exine finished saying those words, she rose into the sky. This girl is really lazy to the extreme. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. However, this was also good. He could do it himself, and perhaps he could comprehend the profound meaning along the way. Kill. His eyes flashed, and he immediately unleashed a full-power wind dragon slash on the formation. Boom! A large hole appeared in the formation, and Yi Xian charged in. In this large breeding ground, the number of void god beasts was large, and their cultivation was also high. Yi Xian had been impatient for a long time. Against these low-level void god beasts, using the 8 desolate wind slaughter array was the best method. 8 sharp blades that contained the 8 great waves of the earth could instantly pierce into the head of a void god beast and kill it. This was very efficient and could save a lot of time. Yi Xian killed while collecting the corpses. His realm continued to rise. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 66 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 67 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 68 points. Due to the large number of void god beasts, Yi Xian's killing speed did not attract the attention of the demon clan. Over time, it was difficult for the demon clan not to discover him. Is it someone from the 3 great imperial halls again? You're courting death. A few demon clan members discovered Yi Xian and immediately rushed down. However, Yi Xian had already discovered them. He immediately retracted his 8 sharp blades and slashed out with his sword. 8 Desolate Sword Technique's third move. First move, 8 Desolate Sword Technique. After being enhanced by the profound meaning of power, the speed of the slash was at least twice as fast. This slash instantly split into 8 and then merged back into 1, killing 3 demon clan members who had reached 60 to 70% void transformation on the spot. Universe Ring. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. The void god beast had a lot of experience, but how could it compare to these demon clan? These demon clan members lived in the great wasteland all year round. There were countless heavenly and earthly treasures in their universe rings, so their value was much higher than the void god beast. A single universe ring was probably worth tens of thousands of void god beast. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 69 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 70 points. Ding! Host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 71 points. The 3 universe rings caused Yi Xian's void transformation level to soar by 3 levels. He wondered if the void transformation level would increase to 75% after devouring the void transformation level of the demon clan. Hua! At this moment, the array formation was suddenly broken. Obviously, this was Lan Xian's doing again. Rumble! The roar of a heavenly dragon came from the horizon. It must be Lan Xian fighting with that demon clan expert. Immediately, Yi Xian hurriedly ran in that direction. When he got closer, he saw 2 figures, one big and one small, fighting in the air. No, Lan Xian was still the same as before. She only held the small silver sword and did not attack. Roar! This sky dragon was actually a rare blue sky dragon, so it was of the water attribute. However, it didn't matter. After all, as long as it was a dragon, it was fine. He's at 80% void transformation level. Kill him, and we'll enter the depths of the great wasteland. Lan Xian dodged while shouting at Yi Xian. 80% void transformation level. Yi Xian had already reached 70% void transformation level, so there was no suspense in this battle. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. One attack after another landed on the blue sky dragon's body, instantly dealing a large amount of damage to it. Although its speed was fast, its body was too big. Furthermore, Yi Xian still had the profound meaning of strength, so he couldn't dodge at all. In order to make it easier for Yi Xian to deal with him, Lan Xian deliberately lured him to transform. This way, it would save more time. Roar. When the blue sky dragon saw that it couldn't defeat both of them, it hurriedly turned around and ran for its life. I'll use this move to deal with you. 8 Barren Sword. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The true qi in his body was instantly sucked dry. He directly slashed at the blue sky dragon's back. Rip! A loud and clear sound rang out. The blue sky dragon's head was cut off like tofu in an instant. Then, he quickly rushed over and took the yin and yang ring that was hidden in the dragon's mouth. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 75%. His cultivation level soared 75%, another 25%, and I might be able to break through to the void god realm. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 6:31. In the depths of the desolate land. Let's go to the depths of the desolate land. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. Even if he encountered a peak void god realm expert, he might be able to kill him. Lan Xian frowned and said, "Why do I feel like I'm not the one pulling you along? Do you want to go to the depths of the desolate land as well?" "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. Lan Xian did not ask any more questions. She thought that Yi Xian had entered the desolate land to increase his level. Since that's the case, let's go. I wonder if we'll be able to meet my sister. Lan Xian led the way in the sky after speaking. Lan Xian's sister, Lan Yu, had already broken through to the void god realm. However, there were many void god realm experts in the depths of the desolate land. Hence, Yi Xian was very worried. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Yi Xian thought for a moment before following Lan Xian. The inner area of the desolate land was very big. Although Lan Xian knew the route, she and Yi Xian had to travel for 7 days before they finally entered the depths of the desolate land. The desolate land was a mysterious place. There were countless dangers in the depths. Even void god realm experts would be in danger of dying even if they did not encounter any void god realm experts. Most importantly, it was extremely easy to get lost in the depths of the desolate land. There seemed to be a huge illusion array here. You have to follow me closely. I heard from the palace master that there is a huge illusion array in the depths of the desolate land. If you accidentally fall behind, you might not be able to encounter it. Lan Xian could not help but remind him as they entered the depths of the desolate land. She then took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the map. If we get separated, you can go out by yourself. Of course, if you comprehend the shrinking ground, you will be able to go out easily. Yi Xian silently glanced at the map and recorded it into the devouring system. The small team that had entered the depths of the desolate land was almost all peak void god realm experts. The weakest one was at the void transformation stage. Furthermore, the 3 palace masters had entered together. There were many void god realm kings. This time, there were only 2 of them, and they were not void god realm kings. They were indeed bold to enter the desolate land. Little girl, do you have a way to find them? Yi Xian suddenly asked. No, I'm here to try my luck. Void god realm kings do not dare to enter the desolate land. Lan Xian shook her head. F***CK, he's really bold. Yi Xian raised his brows. He might have to pay the price of blood. The two of them blindly scurried around the depths of the wasteland. In this place, they didn't dare to fly at a low altitude. They could only fly in the clouds and occasionally come down to take a look. After flying for half a day, they didn't find anything. Okay. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" Then they must be from the demon clan. I wonder if they are Void God Realm Kings. Yi Xian was hesitant to reveal himself. Don't worry, there aren't that many Void God Realm Kings in the demon clan. These two should be advanced Void God Realm Kings. Let's go. We'll kill them one by one. Lan Xian hid in the clouds and flew, while Yi Xian followed closely behind her. Two demons flew below them. The two demons stood in the air above them, waiting for the right time to strike. Wind Dragon Slash. 8 Desolation Sword. The two of them used their most powerful attacks. If they could kill their opponents in one hit, they would be able to save a lot of effort. Lan Xian had already comprehended the Wind Blade ultimacy. Her full power attack could threaten Void God Realm Kings. In terms of attack speed, Lan Xian's Wind Dragon Slash was slightly faster than Yi Xian's 8 Desolation Sword. Whoosh whoosh. The two demons heard the sound of 2 slashes tearing through the air. By the time they reacted, the attacks were already in front of them. Bam, bam. The two demons were advanced Void God Realm Kings and had reached 90% of their Void transformation stage. They were extremely powerful. Therefore, the two attacks did not kill them. They were only injured. Go! Lan Xian shouted in a low voice and quickly flew over. In the air, Yi Xian was slower and followed closely behind her. They are humans. Kill them, one of the demons shouted. Lan Xian's Wind Dragon Slash had cut off one of his arms. In an instant, the two of them came into contact and started to fight. We were too far away. If we were closer, we could have killed them instantly. It's a pity, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he had reached 75% of his Void transformation stage. With the help of various ultimacies and bloodlines, he was not worried at all. The 8 Desolation Sword had drained all the true chi in his body. However, he had recovered quite a bit. He looked at his opponent and slashed out again. Collapsing Sky Kill Slash. 8 layers of Earth Pulse. This attack was extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian's opponent had blocked the 8 Desolation Sword, the bones in his hands had been shattered. Even the Void God weapon in his hands had cracked. Faced with this attack, he could only dodge. However, as soon as he dodged the slash, he heard a whooshing sound coming from 8 directions. 8 Desolation Wind Kill Array. Bam, bam, bam. 8 muffled booms rang out in succession. The already heavily injured Fae was unable to withstand these 8 attacks that contained the power of the 8-fold throbbing pulse of the world, and his head instantly exploded. His body trembled weakly. Yi Xian quickly flew over and took his interspatial ring. Ding! The host's Void transformation stage has increased. It is currently at 80 points. One interspatial ring had increased Yi Xian's Void transformation stage by 5 levels. You are too slow. A clear and beautiful voice drifted over. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that Lan Xian had already killed her opponent. There are many things in this ring. I will not give it to you. We will split the spoils equally, Lan Xian said. All right. Yi Xian nodded. He had collected many things earlier, but Lan Xian did not take any of them. He felt embarrassed. Now that we are in a team, as long as we do not encounter any Void God Realm Kings, we will kill them all. Lan Xian kept the interspatial ring. In the next moment, she suddenly thought of something and threw the spoils of war and her interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Help me. Lan Xian smiled as she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned. He immediately understood. He caught the two interspatial rings helplessly. Then, he used the devouring space to pour all the spoils of war into Lan Xian's interspatial ring. Finally, he threw the interspatial ring back. He did not check what was in Lan Xian's interspatial ring. After all, it was Lan Xian's possession. He was not that kind of person. Chapter 632. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Domain, I really don't know how you did it. If you have the gold domain, you'll be in luck. Lan Xian put on her Qian Kuan ring. Gold domain. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the battle between Lan Yao, the vice palace master of Warlord Palace, and Jiang Tianjin of the Jiang family of Tool King Palace. Lan Yao was of the gold attribute and had the gold domain. He could control all the metal weapons in his domain. It was said that Lan Hai had more than 10 specially made void god weapons. If he was in a life or death battle, he would definitely use them to attack his enemy. Do you know what the earth domain and wind domain are? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Domain? After Yi Xian's reminder, Lan Xian suddenly thought of something and said in shock, Oh my God, the wind domain is the overlord of the sky, and the earth domain is the overlord of the ground. No matter where you go, you won't be at a disadvantage. Yi Xian's eyes brightened. This seemed to be a good sign. The earth domain allows you to control the earth. It can be used to attack and defend. Of course, you can also use the earth element in the air, but it will be weaker than on the ground. As for the wind domain, you can use it at any time. You can form wind blades in your domain, which is similar to the fire element. In addition, the wind domain can form wind walls to defend against attacks. An expert can even create 6 strong gales in the domain to obstruct the enemy's movement. Lan Xian explained to Yi Xian. Since she was of the wind element, she knew more about the wind element. The wind domain is so powerful. Yi Xian was shocked. The earth domain could only be used on the ground, but the wind domain could be used at any time. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You can control anything with your element. Of course, the domain is only one of the strengths. The most important thing is the profound. If you comprehend the wind blade profound, the wind blades in your wind domain will be very powerful. Lan Xian added, if you become a void god realm king, wouldn't that mean? Yi Xian frowned slightly. That's right. If I break through to the void god realm, my strength will be stronger than ordinary people. After all, I have comprehended the wings of the wind and the wind blades. Lan Xian nodded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian asked more questions about profound meanings and domains. They chatted as they flew. The difference between peak Nihility God Realm and Nihility God Realm Kings was too great. Even 10 peak Nihility Gods would not be able to defeat one Nihility God Realm King. Of course, geniuses were an exception. If geniuses like Yi Xian and Lan Xian reached the peak of the Nihility God Realm, they might be able to fight Nihility God Realm Kings. Lan Xian might, but Yi Xian definitely could. However, on the first night that Yi Xian and Lan Xian entered the depths of the great wilderness, they finally encountered a human. Rumble! What they saw now was a battle between a human and 4 demons. Is that someone from the Warlord Palace? Yi Xian could not help but ask. After Lan Xian saw clearly, she nodded and said, That's my cousin. He is from the first team to enter the great wilderness. Cousin? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Since that was the case, there should not be any problems. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them rapidly flew over. Lon Exien took the lead and prepared to go and help. When the human youth saw Lon Exien, his despairing eyes suddenly lit up. He saw hope. He was also at the peak of the nihility god realm. It was already very good for him to fight 1 against 4. If Lon Exien could help him share some of the pressure, he might be able to fight. There are more people. The youth saw Yi Xian behind Lon Exien, and his eyes lit up. Oh no, reinforcements are here. Transform. The two-peak nihility god realm experts' faces darkened as they transformed into their true forms. When Lon Exien arrived, they had already transformed into 2 sky dragons. Both of them were of the fire attribute. Lon Exien, hold one of them back. The youth shouted. All right. Lon Exien immediately attacked one of the sky dragons. Although the demon tribe could cultivate, they could only use their ultimacy when they were in their human form. After they transformed into their true forms, they relied on their physique to fight. Their speed and attacks were greatly enhanced. Lon Exien had transformed into 85% of the nihility god realm. Although she was very powerful, she still felt some pressure when facing a peak nihility god realm sky dragon. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had also arrived. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. Yi Xian immediately attacked the other sky dragon. This sky dragon relied on its strong physique and was not afraid of Yi Xian's attack. It immediately charged forward. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian showed him why the flowers were so red. The beast god bloodline, sword god bloodline, ultimacy, and dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation gave Yi Xian the ability to break through his opponent's defense. Not only that, he could also severely injure his opponent. Bang! The red sky dragon overestimated itself and used its claws to block Yi Xian's judgment. However, its claws were broken. Roar! The red sky dragon roared to the sky and spat out a scorching dragon breath at Yi Xian. This demon was at the peak nihility god realm. Even a void god realm king would be burned to ashes if he was hit by the dragon breath. I was waiting for this move of yours. Sword of the 8 desolation. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed with his sword with all his might. Swoosh! This slash was very fast. In an instant, it split into 8 parts and then merged back into 1. Its power was multiplied. This slash directly split the dragon breath into 2 and entered the dragon's head. Swish! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Half of the red sky dragon's head and a part of its body were chopped off. Dead. What? Seeing this, the young man and the other 3 demons were shocked. What kind of attack was this? After the demons transformed, they relied on their physique to fight. How could such a strong physique be killed in an instant? Was this person a void god realm king? Under the shocked gazes of these people, Yi Xian rushed to the side of the dragon corpse and found the universe ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 85 points. Although Yi Xian had only recovered a little of his true qi when he heard the notification, he was filled with endless fighting spirit. As long as he killed these people, he might be able to reach 90% void transformation. Girl, go and help. I will deal with him. Yi Xian shouted to Lon Exien. Although Lon Exien was very angry to be called a girl, she did as she was told. She rushed towards the young man. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, dragon's judgment. After a series of dragon's rulings, the red heavenly dragon was instantly heavily injured. Chapter 633. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi translations empty god, realm sovereign, although the physique of the monster race would be greatly enhanced if they transformed into their original form, it was useless against Yi Xian. In less than 2 seconds, the Sky Dragon, who was at the peak of the empty god realm, was killed by Yi Xian. Ding! The host's empty god realm level has increased to 88 points. The system notification rang in Lin Fan's head. 2 Sky Dragons had been killed by Yi Xian in an instant. His strength had shocked everyone present. When the last 2 monster race members saw the corpse of their companion, they immediately wanted to retreat. However, they couldn't leave just because they wanted to. The 2 empty god realm monsters were unable to transform into their original form. Once they transformed, they would be killed by Yi Xian in an instant without the protection of their companions. In a 3 versus 2 situation, the 2 monster race members were surrounded and killed in less than 5 rounds. The universe ring fell into Lan Xian's hands. After all, Yi Xian had agreed to split the spoils equally with her. Cousin, are you okay? After the 4 empty god realm monsters died, Lan Xian could not help but ask, I'm fine. I just used too much of my vital energy. The young man took a deep breath and shook his head. He was from the Lan family of the Warlord Hall. His name was Bluepool. Although he was at the peak of the empty god realm, he was more than 35 years old. Hence, he was not considered a genius. Cousin, didn't you enter the vast wilderness with my sister? Why are you here? Did you get separated? Lan Xian asked anxiously. Yes, the 3 Warlord Halls teams entered together and started to fight their way through. However, we were ambushed by the monster race experts 2 days ago. We were separated. Bluepool shook his head. What? Ambush? When Yi Xian and Lan Xian heard this, they were in awe. The team formed by the 3 Warlord Halls had been ambushed. Before Lan Xian could speak, Yi Xian asked, Where are Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? Although Bluepool didn't know who Yi Xian was or why Yi Xian would suddenly ask about the 2 of them, he still replied, After we were ambushed, we split up and fled. However, I did see Lan you bring the 2 of them out of the encirclement. However, I also saw 2 Void God Realm Kings chasing after them. Moreover, the Flame Emperor seemed to be severely injured. 2 kings of the Void God Realm. The Flame Emperor was heavily injured. These 2 pieces of news were bad news for Yi Xian and bad news for Lan Xian. Cousin, what should we do now? Lan Xian was worried about Lan Yu and asked anxiously. After I escaped, I was chased all the way here by a few demon clan members. Right now, the other demon clan members should be chasing after the geniuses of the 3 king palaces as well. If we were to look around, we might be able to meet some of them. Bluepool said, Then let's start searching in groups of 3. We're not weak. Even if we encounter a Void God Realm King, we'll be able to put up a fight. Lan Xian said, All right. Bluepool nodded. He knew Lan Xian's strength. Now that he had seen Yi Xian's strength, the 3 of them were indeed able to fight against a Void God Realm King. Oh, right, these 2 are for you. They're not of much use to me now. Lan Xian tossed the 2 een and yang rings over. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He caught the een and yang rings and devoured everything inside. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased, currently at 90 points. His cultivation level had increased once again. Even though Yi Xian tried his best to suppress it, Bluepool still noticed it. This Bluepool couldn't understand why Yi Xian's cultivation level had suddenly increased. Cousin, don't worry about it. Let's go. Lan Xian dragged Bluepool away, while Yi Xian followed behind. Before Yi Xian had broken through, he was already able to kill a peak Void God Realm Demon Clan expert. Now that he had broken through, He was unrivaled in the Void God realm. The three of them had a much higher chance of survival. Bluepool left half-heartedly. However, they hadn't even taken 2 steps when 2 people flew towards them. Are they demons or humans? Bluepool widened his eyes. Yixian was also on high alert. Even if there was only one of them, they couldn't be careless because they could be Void God Realm Kings. When Bluepool saw the faces of the 2 figures, his body trembled violently. When Yixian and Lan Xian saw them, they instantly understood. Demons! These 2 were from the demon clan. Be careful, they're Void God Realm Kings. Bluepool exclaimed. What? Yixian and Lan Xian were both stunned. Were there really Void God Realm Kings? It was 1. 2 of them? Both of them. Be careful, Bluepool added. When they were ambushed previously, Bluepool had seen these 2 Void God Realm Kings from the demon clan. Hence, he recognized them on the spot. Both of them. Yixian's and Lan Xian's expressions had already sunk to the bottom. It was fine if there was only 1 Void God Realm King, but now there were 2 of them. They were in trouble. Cousin, hurry up and give me your Yin and Yang rings. Lan Xian hurriedly rushed to Bluepool's side. As she spoke, she wanted to snatch his Yin and Yang rings. What? Bluepool obviously didn't react in time. However, Lan Xian was his family, so he didn't stop her. Right now, perhaps Lan Xian would have a solution. However, what Bluepool didn't expect was that after Lan Xian took his Yin and Yang rings, she directly threw them to Yixian. At the same time, she threw her own Yin and Yang rings. This little girl's reaction is quite fast. Yixian also understood. He hurriedly caught the 2 Yin and Yang rings and scanned them. F***CK, what kind of wealth is this? Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased. Currently, it is 95 points. His realm instantly soared by 5 levels. Yixian's aura surged. In the next moment, his eyes turned pitch black. Be careful, Yixian shouted. 8 Desolation Spirit, appear. He summoned the 8 Desolation Spirit and quickly flew away. This time, he wanted to fight 1 Void God Realm King alone. As for the other Void God Realm King, he could only leave it to Lan Xian and Bluepool. Although he was the king on the ground, if he flew down, what if the Void God Realm Kings of the 2 demon clans killed Lan Xian and Bluepool first? Therefore, he couldn't go too far. He had to attract the attention of one of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. We've met 3 more human geniuses. One of them even has the rare wind attribute. Die. A blue-clothed demon clan expert sneered. He directly activated his domain and used his true chi to manipulate the water element in the heaven and earth yuan chi. He condensed a water dragon and charged towards Lan Xian and Bluepool. Ordinary Void God Realm experts could expand their domains to 10,000 meters. Lan Xian and Bluepool happened to be within 10,000 meters. As for the other red-clothed Void God Realm King, he condensed a fire dragon and charged towards Yixian. Chapter 634. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Crisis, just in time. Yixian's expression was solemn as he slashed at the fire dragon. Although the heavens-shattering slash was stronger than the wind dragon slash due to the combination of the 8 layers of the earth pulse, his opponent's fire element happened to counter his earth element. Therefore, he could only use the wind element to fight. Wind dragon slash. Yixian wielded the azure light sword and slashed out. Bang! The wind dragon slash and the fire dragon collided. In that instant, there were 8 violent vibrations, 8 layers of the earth pulse. This is... The Void God Realm King raised his eyebrows as he suddenly thought of something. He exclaimed, "The Earth Pulse?" The Earth Pulse was an Earth element ultimacy. Yi Xian could use green qi. Didn't this mean that Yi Xian had two void god spirits? The twin fruit. The void god realm king instantly thought of this and exclaimed in surprise. What? The twin fruit? The other demon race expert was also shocked. A twin fruit had appeared in the vast wilderness hundreds of years ago. However, this twin fruit was damaged in the battle between the humans and the demon clan. No, the interspatial ring that contained the twin fruit had been damaged, so no one knew where it had gone. However, now a human genius had appeared who had consumed the twin fruit. Therefore, Yi Xian had become a thorn in their side. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Good boy, you're a dual cultivator of wind and earth. You must die. The red-robed demon race expert roared and attacked with all his might. He instantly formed two fire dragons. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He could barely resist one fire dragon. Now that there were two more, it would be difficult. However, he still had the 8 Desolation Sword. Boom! The 8 Desolation Giant Spirit was swallowed by the fire dragons. However, in the next moment, there was a huge tremor inside the fire dragons. 8 sharp blades shot out of the fire dragons and destroyed one of them. Humph, you're not bad. The red-robed demon race expert squinted his eyes and formed another fire dragon. However, this time, Yi Xian wasn't so relaxed. After the fire dragons appeared, the red-robed demon race expert began to ignite the inextinguishable flames around Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly dodged. Inextinguishable raging flames were extremely difficult to deal with. If one was not careful and was ignited, it would be very difficult to extinguish them. The water attribute was fine, but Yi Xian had the earth and wind attributes. If he was lit up, he could only cut off the entire body. Yi Xian was inextinguishable realm expert, and Lan was the demon race expert translations. Was Lan Lan. However, the void god realm king on their side was of the water attribute. The attack power of the water dragon was not strong, so it was easier to deal with it. Damn it, I actually met 2 Nihility God realm kings at the same time. Damn it. Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. If it was only a void god realm king, the 3 of them might be able to kill him if they worked together. However, the 2 void god realm kings were forced to separate. The pressure was immense. Although Lan Xian and Blue Pool seemed to be able to handle it, that void god realm king clearly hadn't used his full strength yet. Moreover, Blue Pool had been pursued all this while and didn't have much true chi left. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly rushed towards the land. He had consumed the twin fruits and possessed 2 attributes. His threat to the demons was far greater than Lan Xian and Blue Pool's. If he were to go down, then this monster would definitely follow him. Sure enough, when he flew towards the ground, the demon clan expert decisively followed him. "Huh, kid, you have comprehended the profound of Earth's pulse and profound of strength, and now you want to go to the continent? Could it be that you also have the profound of earth-traversing art?" The red-robed Yao laughed loudly. Comprehending one ultimacy would allow one to break through to the empty god realm. However, many people could not comprehend a second ultimacy. Yi Xian already had the throbbing pulse of the world, the pulsating guard, and the profound truths of strength. Therefore, this demon race expert did not believe that Yi Xian could use world walking. However, he guessed wrong. Yi Xian did know the world walking art. If he went to the continent, his speed would increase explosively. However, this was his trump card. If he revealed it now, his opponent would definitely be on guard. I have to be a coward. I have to find the right opportunity to suddenly explode and kill him in one strike. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had already landed on the ground. His speed had indeed increased significantly. After all, he still had 3 agility advancements. Bang! 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 The sound of vital energies colliding was deafening, although Yi Xian wanted to quickly finish off this demon clan expert. His opponent was an empty god realm expert after all. It was not that easy to deal with him. If he wanted to win, he had to endure. Ha ha ha, kid. If this is all you have, then you should just die. The red-robed demon clan expert suddenly laughed after exchanging 30 blows with Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed. His opponent was about to make a move. From the start, his opponent had been using his domain to attack, while his original body stood there quietly. Now that his original body was about to make a move, the pressure on Yi Xian instantly doubled. Wind Dragon Slash. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He was already prepared to escape. If he used the world walking art, his speed would be faster than this red-robed demon clan expert. When the time came, as long as he called Lon Exion and Bluepool down, he would be able to drag them along and escape. Perhaps he would still have a chance of survival. However, at this moment, ding! Host has comprehended the wings of the wind profound. What? Just as Yi Xian was about to escape, the system suddenly flashed a notification. Wings of the wind. Profound? Immediately, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Only now did he remember that he had been using the meteor movement technique, and not the martial dragon movement technique, since he had landed. Haha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian's aura surged. In an instant, he used the wings of the wind he had just comprehended, which was the wind profound acceleration profound, on his 8 sharp blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind rang out. After the wind profound acceleration profound was added, the speed of the 8 sharp blades at least doubled. Wind profound acceleration profound. Earth pulsate layers. The combination of these 2 profound intents made the 8 sharp blades look like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, they destroyed the 3 fire dragons and swept towards the red-robed elder. What? The red-robed demon clan expert didn't expect Yi Xian to comprehend the wind profound acceleration profound at this critical moment. Was he a freaking monster? This is my protagonist, Aura. Go to hell. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He controlled the 8 sharp blades and stabbed towards the red-robed demon clan expert from 8 different angles. The first layer of the 8 barren wind formation relied on cutting, while the second layer relied on stabbing. At the same time, the second layer's speed was much faster than the first. Chapter 635. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Void God Realm King. / Bang, bang, bang. The red-robed demon's expression finally changed. He continued to gather inextinguishable flames to block the 8 sharp blades while attacking and dodging at the same time. Now he had stopped attacking and was on the defensive. Attack? What a joke. The 8 sharp blades were enough for him. How could he attack? However, just because he did not attack did not mean that Yi Xian would not attack. Wind Dragon Slash. An attack that contained the wings of the wind and the 8-layered earth pulse swept towards the red-robed demon. The wings of the wind was very useful as it could increase one's attack speed. Yi Xian was already very strong. Now that he had the wings of the wind, his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Dragon Slash was already in front of the red-robed demon. Not good. The red-robed demon's expression changed drastically. This was the most unique expression he had ever shown since he appeared. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be twisting together. The 8 sharp blades were already difficult enough to deal with. Now, Yi Xian's attack was going to kill him. The red-robed Yao raised his sword in front of him and took the blow head-on. Bang! He was sent flying. His hands were numb and trembling from the impact. At the same time, the 8 sharp blades attacked mercilessly. Bang! There was a muffled sound as one of the sharp blades pierced the red-robed demon's shoulder. Before he could react, his shoulder was petrified and shattered by the 8-layered earth pulse. He was finally injured. However, this was not the end. There were still 7 sharp blades. Clang! 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 The red-robed demon used all his strength to deflect 3 of the sharp blades. However, he was still stabbed by the remaining 4 blades. 3 more holes appeared on his body. This time, I'll take your life. Yi Xian widened his eyes and sent another wind dragon slash at the red-robed demon. If I die, you will die too. The red-robed demon knew that he was going to die. Therefore, he expended a large amount of true qi and used the fire elemental yuan qi. Then, an inextinguishable flame lit up under Yi Xian's feet. Die! The last wind dragon slash was sent out. At the same time, Yi Xian's feet started burning as well. The red-robed Yao revealed a faint smile because his profound was the inextinguishable raging flame, which could burn all things into ashes. Yi Xian's legs were lit on fire, making it extremely difficult to extinguish. Even if his legs were chopped off, they would be burned to ashes by the inextinguishable flames and could not be reattached. Although they could fly now, their legs would come in handy at times. Swish! Under the cover of the 8 sharp blades, the wind dragon slash directly hit the red-robed demon, cutting him in half in an instant. At this moment, the inextinguishable flames on Yi Xian's body had already spread to his knees. The undying inferno of a void god realm king was no joke. Not good. Yi Xian's face was ashen. He hurriedly swung his sword and cut through the thigh, cutting off both legs. Huff, huff. By the time Yi Xian flew away with his qi, his 2 thighs had already been burned to ashes. That was close. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was the effect of the protagonist's halo. Fortunately, his opponent didn't set fire to his crotch. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Hiss, hiss. The sacred tree of life took effect. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's legs were restored. When the blue-robed demon and Blue Pool saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their first reaction was that Yi Xian had 3 void god spirits, wood, wind, and earth attributes. They had never even heard of a dual attribute genius. But now, a triple attribute genius had appeared. If Yi Xian was allowed to grow, he would definitely be a great threat. Even if we die, we must kill him. The blue-robed demon widened his eyes. He ignored Lan Xian and Blue Pool, who were retreating, and dashed towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian had already obtained the red-robed demon's universe ring. Ding! The host's void transformation level has increased to 100. Ding! The host has reached the limit and is unable to continue devouring. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment when 2 notifications sounded out in a row. There was actually a requirement to break through from the void god realm to the void god realm. The corpse of a void god-level void god beast. Degree of completeness, 90%. I don't care anymore. I'll kill you first. Yi Xian widened his eyes and controlled the 8 sharp blades to charge at the blue-robed Yao. So fast. Earlier, when he was fighting with Lan Xian and Blue Pool, the blue-clothed demon had actually also been paying attention to Yi Xian. However, the two parties were very far apart at that time, so he felt that Yi Xian's attack wasn't very fast. But now, after experiencing it for himself, he knew that it was going to explode soon. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Streaks of light swept over. The blue-robed demon quickly defended himself, but at this moment Yi Xian had already used the Wind Wing's profound meaning and swept over. Wind Dragon Slash. Yi Xian, who had a pair of green wings on his back, swept over rapidly. At the same time, he slashed down with the green light sword in his hand. Before the blue-robed demon could attack, he was already on the defensive. Now that he was facing Yi Xian's slash, he hurriedly formed walls of water. However, the defense of the water element was the weakest among the 5 elements. It couldn't block this slash at all. Bang! The blue-robed demon was sent flying. In the next moment, he was punished by the 8 sharp blades. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Several bloody holes appeared on the blue-robed demon's body. Then he was chopped into 2 by Yi Xian's Wind Dragon slash. The second void god, Realm King, was dead. Yi Xian and the other 2 had successfully killed the demon. No, it should be said that Yi Xian had single-handedly turned the situation around. This Blue Pool and Lon Exine were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This time, they were already prepared to die. However, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Yi Xian had single-handedly killed 2 Void God Realm Kings. This was shocking news. One had to know that even the number 1 genius of Battle King Palace, Lan Yu, couldn't kill Void God Realm Kings when she was at peak Void God Realm. She only had the ability to fight. However, Yi Xian was able to kill Void God Realm Kings. Moreover, they were Void God Realm Kings of the demon race. This was enough to prove that his talent was even more terrifying than Lan Yu's. Yi Xian hurriedly took the blue-robed demon zine and yang ring and checked it. However, he didn't find any Void God Realm Kings' corpses. It was a pity that these 2 Void God Realm Kings hadn't died in their original form. Otherwise, their corpses could be used for other Void God Realm Kings to study, just like the Sky Dragon's corpse from before. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the Sky Dragon's corpse in the 9th Branch Palace. However, although the Sky Dragon's corpse was at Void God Realm King level, it wasn't complete. Not to mention that it was missing a Saint Beast soul. It was also missing a Sky Dragon's heart. It was definitely less than 90% complete. Therefore, he had to get the corpse himself. Chapter 636. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Beast King Palace. I'll return these items to you. Yi Xian suddenly poured some of the items back into Lan Xian and Blupul's Qian Kuan rings. In the beginning, he had devoured Lan Xian and Blupul's Qian Kuan rings in order to survive. Now, he was returning the items to them. Lan Xian and Blupul took the Qian Kuan rings in a daze. Yi Xian, Lan Xian was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She knew that Yi Xian was very talented, but she didn't expect him to be so talented. He had just comprehended the ground travel skill, and now he had comprehended the wind acceleration skill. He had even killed 2 empty God Realm Kings. In fact, Yi Xian didn't expect himself to be able to do it either. He had wanted to escape with the 2 of them. With his body constitution, he might be able to escape from the 2 empty God Realm Kings. However, after he comprehended the wind acceleration skill, he didn't need to escape anymore. I didn't expect to meet a genius who's even more talented than Lan Yu. It seems that our trip isn't in vain. Blupul said enviously. He and Yi Xian were both peak empty God Realm Kings. If he were to face the empty God Realm Kings alone, he would probably die a horrible death. However, Yi Xian could kill empty god realm kings. This was the difference between them. After a while, Lan Xian finally calmed down. Yi Xian had already given her quite a shock. She didn't mind another one. Luckily, these two empty god realm kings were only level 1 kings. If they were level 2 kings or had 2 ultimacies, we would be dead meat. Lan Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Level 2 kings. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this. Lan Xian explained, empty god realm kings rely on their territories and ultimacies. A level 1 king's territory can cover 10,000 meters. A level 9 king's territory can cover 90,000 meters. The bigger the territory, the greater the increase. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If that red-clothed demon had been a level 2 dominator, his domain of 20,000 meters wouldn't have been a big deal, but his inextinguishable inferno would have been much stronger. Fortunately, the other party was only a level 1 king. Even so, he had almost burned Yi Xian's lower body to ashes. If the other party had been a level 2 king at that time, it was unknown if Yi Xian would have survived. Perhaps he would have been burned to ashes by now. My father is a peak-tier king, which is equivalent to a 9th grade king. His domain can reach up to 90,000 meters. It's too frightening. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. A 9th grade king and an 8th grade king had a difference of 10,000 meters. This was a huge gap. Even if a grade 8 king's domain had multiple profound meanings, if the distance between the domains was not enough, they would be exhausted to death by a grade 9 king. Of course, if he had the wings of the wind or the earth traversing technique, he would be able to catch up with them easily. I have 2 void god spirits now. If I break through to the void god realm, can the 2 territories be stacked? Yi Xian suddenly asked. This Lan Xian and Blue Pool looked at each other and shook their heads. The twin fruit is a legend. The last twin fruit appeared in the wasteland, but no one got it in the end. Therefore, I don't know if your wind and earth territories can be stacked. I hope it can be stacked. If that's the case, it will be extremely powerful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The earth territory was nothing, but the wind territory was not bad. Even if he had not comprehended the wind blade profound, he could still form wind blades within his territory to attack his enemies. It was just that the power would not be as strong. However, with the wind acceleration profound, the wind blades would be fast and would be a huge problem for his enemies. All right, since Brother Yi Xian has the ability to kill void god realm kings, we will be much safer. Let's continue to search. It would be best if we can find our own people. Blue Pool said. All right. Yi Xian nodded. In the depths of the wasteland, other than the beast race, there were also some void god realm void god beasts. If he could obtain one, he would be able to break through to the void god realm king realm. The 3 of them began to fly through the clouds again. Although they did not see any void god realm kings, they did see many peak void god realm beasts. Of course, these beasts were all killed by Yi Xian. It was a pity that Yi Xian was currently stuck at the peak void god realm. Without the corpse of a void god realm void god beast, he would not be able to advance any further. Therefore, while looking for other humans, he also had to look for void god beasts. At dawn the next day, the 3 of them finally found a second human. The sounds of battle from afar attracted the attention of Yi Xian and the other 2. They descended and saw 2 void god realm kings of the beast race besieging a man. They are from the Beast King Palace. They are level 1 kings. Blue Pool recognized them. Immediately, they rushed over. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them caused quite a commotion, and there were occasional explosions in the air. The man from the Beast King Palace was of the fire attribute. What he had comprehended was not the inextinguishable flames, but the flame clone. At this moment, the flame clone was wielding a flame longsword and slashing continuously. However, the two void god realm kings of the beast race were of the fire attribute, and the other was of the water attribute. Both of them countered the man's fire attribute. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. Humans? The man glanced around and saw Yi Xian and the other two charging towards him. He started to see hope, but when he saw that the three of them did not have a domain and were only ordinary void god realm kings, he felt helpless. However, this would help him share some of the pressure. Yi Xian had comprehended the wind acceleration ultimacy and was much faster than Lan Xian. He instantly flew over and raised his hand to slash at one of the beast race members. 8 Desolation Sword Technique. Sword breaking 8 Desolation. Swish. The wind acceleration ultimacy. And the strength ultimacy made this attack faster than the beast race member could react. Sila. This beast race member, who was a threat to the man, was directly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body fell from the sky, shocking the remaining beast race member and the man from the Beast King Palace. What? The two of them were shocked. A peak void god realm king without a domain had killed a void god realm king in one hit? So powerful. Is this another secret weapon of the Battle King Palace? The man widened his eyes. However, he did not think much and directly used his trump card. Roar. Suddenly, the shadow of a golden lion appeared behind the man, following which the man's aura instantly increased as he charged towards the remaining beast race member. The Beast King Palace was similar to the beast race, but they were fundamentally different. The Beast King Palace cultivated martial arts similar to the demonic god chapter and could increase their strength. Moreover, different animals could increase their strength in different ways. Chapter 637. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Elder, Shintu. It was different for the monster race. Most of the monster race were heavenly dragons. However, they needed time to transform. The monster race elder's face darkened when he saw the man who had suddenly attacked. He hurriedly gathered his inextinguishable flames to block the man's path. However, he had forgotten that the man had reinforcements now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The monster race elder turned around and saw 8 sharp blades flying towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Although the monster race elder blocked a few of the blades, he could not block all of them. He writhed in pain as if he had been shot. Blood splattered everywhere. Just as the old man from the demon clan was captivated by the 8 layers of the earth pulse, Yi Xian had already arrived by his side. Wind dragon slash. Rip. A head flew into the air. Then Yi Xian quickly kept the universe ring. The battle was over. The man looked at Yi Xian in shock. At the same time, Blue Pool and Lan Xian arrived. We are from the Warlord Palace. Brother, have you seen anyone else? Blue Pool asked. The man had some influence on Blue Pool. After Blue Pool's reminder, he raised his eyebrows and said, Yes, when I was running for my life, I saw some monsters chasing after others. However, they were too far away, and I couldn't see who they were. There's no time to lose. Let's go and help them, Yi Xian said hurriedly. All right. The man did not ask any more questions. Saving people was more important. Their team was made up of the elites of the 3 warlord palaces. If they were all killed, the 3 warlord palaces would not be able to recover for decades. The man led the way based on his memory. Yi Xian and the other 2 followed closely behind him. They started to search. After an hour, They really found the human who was being attacked by the three Void God Realm Kings. It's Elder Shintu. The man finally recognized him. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "Those three monsters seem to be Grade 2 sovereigns. Grade 2 sovereigns. And there were three of them." This meant that Lon Xin and Blue Pool could not join the battle. The only people who could help were Yi Xian and this man. "Don't worry about me. Go." Elder Shintu shouted when he saw the four of them. If not for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than the other parties, he would have been killed by the three demon clan experts. The Elder Shintu, Elder Shintu, translations. Shintu. "Little brother, are you confident?" The man's face darkened. Yi Xian directly shattered the Bahuang sword and formed a Bahuang spirit. He said, "Big brother Chui, you have a fire clone. If the four of us join hands, it shouldn't be a problem to hold back one person." Shintu. If he could hold one of them back, then the pressure on Elder Shintu would lessen. He might even be able to turn the tables. But don't forget, demons can transform into their true forms. All right, since that's the case, let's join hands and attack. The man didn't hesitate at all and directly used his trump card. Another phantom of a golden lion appeared and rushed forward. As for Yi Xian, he immediately put away the 8 Wastelands giant spirit. His current innate chi was full, so if he used the sword slashing 8 Wastelands, its power would be extremely strong. However, his opponent was a level 2 dominator, so his attack wouldn't be so easy to hit. Yi Xian and the man dashed over, while Lon Xin and Blue Pool hid in the clouds tens of thousands of meters away. Damn it, why aren't they leaving? Elder Shintu's face darkened. He was already a few decades old, but he was still only a Grade 3 king. On the other hand, the man was already a Grade 1 king before he was even 40 years old. If the man was given a few more decades, he could definitely break through to become a Grade 4 or 5 king. Therefore, he felt that there was no need to risk his life for him. But in the next moment, he realized that he was wrong. Yi Xian and the man joined hands and actually managed to hold back a Grade 2 dominator. "Good lad. Are you a genius from the 3 royal palaces? Forget it. I'll kill you first before dealing with that old fellow." A red-clothed demon gave up on chasing Elder Shintu and turned to attack Yi Xian and the man. Previously, the man had seen Yi Xian's attack, so he knew that Yi Xian was looking for an opportunity to use it. Therefore, he and his clone kept attracting the red-clothed demon's attention. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was moving quickly, finally made his move. Swish! A wind dragon swept out. However, this wind dragon wasn't very powerful and was easily blocked by the red-clothed demon's inextinguishable inferno. Although you're of the wind attribute, you don't even have a domain. How dare you come here? The red-clothed demon chose to ignore the attack and focused his attention on the man. The man retreated and defended at the same time. It was very strenuous for him. "You're underestimating me." "Good." Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed as he directly used his strongest attack. Sword slashing 8 Wastelands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of this attack was like a flash of lightning as it rapidly attacked the red-clothed demon. What? The red-clothed demon was stunned for a moment. Yi Xian's attack was actually constantly increasing as he continued to nurture the Bahuang sword. His 1 month was equivalent to several years of others. In addition, the Bahuang sword was an upper-grade ethereal divine weapon, so the increase was even greater. Bam! The red-clothed demon couldn't react in time and could only defend himself. The Bahwang's sword slashed heavily on his ethereal divine weapon. The powerful impact actually shook the weapon out of his hand. So powerful! The red-clothed demon was scared to death. If this attack landed on him, he would definitely be split into two. Careless. He was too careless. Most importantly, he didn't have a metal domain. After the ethereal divine weapon left his hand, the man took the opportunity to attack and prevent him from catching the ethereal divine weapon. Helpless, he could only take out another ethereal divine weapon that had not been nurtured. Bahwang spirit, go! Yi Xian's Bahwang sword instantly shattered and reformed into a Bahwang spirit that was a few meters tall. It flew towards the red-clothed demon. The wind acceleration ultimacy could accelerate everything Yi Xian did. The Bahwang sword could accelerate, so could the Bahwang sword. Even the Bahwang spirit could accelerate. So fast, the red-clothed demon finally realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. At the same time, he shouted a few times to inform his other two companions. The other two demons who were battling Elder Shinto turned their heads and realized that their companion had been suppressed. Immediately, their expressions changed. They looked at each other. One of them quickly retreated and transformed. Chapter 638. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Shin-Tu Lai. Although Elder Shin-Tu's opponent was a level lower than him, it was not a problem for him to delay him for a second. Hence, he could only watch as a heavenly dragon emerged from the demon expert's body. Go! The red-robed demon shouted. It turned out that they did not transform to fight, but to retreat. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian had recovered a third of his qi. He used the 8 Desolation slash on the heavenly dragon that had just transformed. Whoosh! Boom! He had successfully knocked the red-robed demon's weapon away because of his sneak attack. Now that the demon was on guard, it was impossible to hit him. Stop chasing! Elder Shin-Tu suddenly shouted. Yi Xian and the man paused for a moment as they watched the 3 demon clan members leave. I don't have much qi left. I'm at the end of my rope. If we continue chasing, we'll all die. Let's go. Elder Shin-Tu hurriedly flew towards Yi Xian and the man, then quickly left the area. The 5 of them hurried on without stopping for a while, and then hid in a white cloud. Elder Shin-Tu's complexion was much better after this period of recovery. He looked at Yi Xian and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help. This old man thanks you." "You're too kind." Elder Shin-Tu, Yi Xian said with a smile. Although the 3 demons had escaped, it was already good enough that they had managed to save a level 3 overlord. There were dangers everywhere in the vast wilderness. With a level 3 overlord in the team, their chances of survival were many times higher. At this moment, Elder Shin-Tu's gaze suddenly locked onto Yi Xian's face. After a pause, he suddenly asked, "What's your name, little brother?" "My name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian replied, casually. However, this answer greatly shocked Elder Shin-Tu. "Little brother, can I have a word with you?" Elder Shin-Tu suddenly flew away from the team. Yi Xian followed him in surprise. Elder Shin-Tu flew 1,000 meters away with Yi Xian. Then he asked in shock, "Yi Xian, may I know who Yi Chong is to you?" Boom! This question caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. Elder Shin-Tu actually knew Yi Chong. His eyes widened as he looked at this Elder Shin-Tu. A name suddenly flashed through his mind. Shin-Tu Lai. Shin-Tu Lai was the city lord of the number 1 main city in the Heavenly Water Continent. No, it should be said that he was once the city lord. He was the one who gave the position of city lord to Lin Wanyue and left the Heavenly Water Continent with Yi Chong. Could it be that elder Shintu? Yi Chong is my father. Yi Xian replied, honestly. As expected, Shun Tu Lai revealed an expression of sudden realization and said, I am called Shun Tu Lai. I was originally the city lord of Heavenly Water Continent's #1 main city. Later on, I followed your father to Bloodcliff Continent. I thought you looked familiar just now. So you really are his son. After hearing the name Shun Tu Lai, Yi Xian revealed a strange expression. When Shun Tu Lai left the Heavenly Water Continent, he was only in the physical strength realm. He probably did not even have the strength of 10 dragons. Now, he had already broken through to the rank 3 Void God realm. However, this could not be helped. There were probably many geniuses in the Heavenly Water Continent. However, there was a lack of Yuan Qi and poor cultivation resources, so they were buried. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Shun Tu Lai continued, Back then, your father brought me to the Imperial Hall. After the Imperial Hall split, I joined the Beast King Hall. I never thought that you would grow to this extent in a dozen years. Elder Shintu, is my father doing well? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. He knew too little about Yi Chong. He only knew that Yi Chong was constantly trying to break through the Sword God Palace. Shun Tu Lai shook his head. Not very well. Every time he tried to break through the Sword God Palace, he would end up in failure. Furthermore, he would be seriously injured every time. If not for the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace using rejuvenation to heal him, he would have died long ago. Yi Xian understood that the Palace Master of the Sword God Palace that Shun Tu Lai mentioned should be the Hall Master of the Battle King Hall. He never thought that the Hall Master would have the rare wood attribute physique and had comprehended the second level of the rejuvenation. Yi Xian was very grateful to this person. However, it was not the time to worry about this. It was still unknown whether they would be able to leave the vast wilderness. By the way, Elder Shintu, do you have the corpse of a Void God beast? I want the corpse of a Void God Realm King. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What do you want it for? Shun Tu Lai asked in surprise. He added, I don't have it on me. However, when I was escaping, I saw a Void God Realm King, level Void God beast. My breakthrough is different from others. As long as I can obtain a Void God Realm King, level Void God beast corpse, I will be able to break through to the Void God Realm King level. Yi Xian said solemnly. Although he did not understand what Yi Xian meant, Shun Tu Lai nodded his head. All right, follow me. Yi Xian already possessed such strength before reaching the Void God Realm King level. If he was allowed to break through, his battle prowess would increase greatly. Shun Tu Lai immediately led Yi Xian and the other 3 to search for the beast according to their memories. The Void God, Realm King, level Void God beast he was talking about was nearby. Very soon, they found it. It was a sky dragon, but it was not from the demon clan. Most of the demon clan were sky dragons. Therefore, they would be merciful to their own clan and would not capture or kill them. Now, it was Yi Xian who was benefiting from this. Elder Shintu, I will do it myself. Yi Xian said to Shintu Lai as he dove down. The wind acceleration allowed him to move as fast as lightning. 8 desolation swordsmanship. 8 desolation swordsmanship. The sky dragon, who had just discovered Yi Xian, suddenly turned its head and saw a dazzling cold light shooting towards it. Just as it was about to dodge, its head was instantly chopped off. Dead. 1 strike to kill a Void God Realm King, level Void God beast. Such strength could only be called monstrous. A corpse. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide as he quickly flew over and kept the corpse. In the next moment, a pleasant notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has broken through to the Void God Realm King level. Host is currently a level 1 king. Finally, he had broken through to the Void God Realm King level. Whoosh! His domain instantly expanded to a radius of 10,000 meters. Is this the Earth domain? Yi Xian squinted his eyes as he glanced to the side. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble. Following that, a stone tablet rose up. This stone tablet was actually formed from ordinary soil. However, after being refined by the Earth Chi, it was indestructible and could be used to block attacks. Among the 5 elements, the Earth Chi had the strongest defense. It could block many attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly mobilized the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. He gathered the Earth Chi in the air and formed an earth shield in front of him. Chapter 639. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Dual Territory. This shield was formed by the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Hence, its defensive power was weaker than the stone tablet. However, the Earth territory was most effective on land. If he was in the air, he could only use it to defend himself. Within the Earth territory, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted. With just a thought, he could create a cave abode. With just a thought, he could create countless spikes on the ground. It was impossible to defend against. Of course, he could also create spikes in the air. However, the earth attribute was the most scarce in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Only on land, the earth attribute was abundant. Hence, the power of the spikes was naturally not as strong as the wind blades. Since he had just used the earth territory, it was time to use the wind territory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around Yi Xian. Wind blades formed one after another, causing the surrounding trees and earth to be scraped to pieces. Overall, the wind territory was much more useful than the earth territory. I heard that the wind ultimacy also has the wind shackles. If I can comprehend this ultimacy, I can restrict the movements of my enemies within the territory and increase my strength. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he was most concerned about whether the territories could be stacked. Immediately, he tried to use the wind territory and earth territory at the same time. To his joy, the 2 territories could be stacked. Simply put, he could use the wind wall and earth wall to defend himself. He could also use the earth spikes and wind blades to attack. Awesome! However, what was even more satisfying was still to come. Previously, he had killed 4 Void God Realm Kings of the Demon Clan. Yi Xian still kept the things in their universe rings. However, what scared Yi Xian was that the 4 interspatial rings could not help him break through. His territory had only expanded to 14,000 meters. Only a territory of 20,000 meters could be considered a Grade 2 Dominator. Hence, he still had some way to go. Breaking through to the next realm gave me a lot of experience. What a scam! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Ding! Host has learned the second move of the 3rd level of the 8 Baron Swordplay, Sword Shattering the Stars. The 3rd level of the 8 Desolation Sword technique had a total of 3 moves. The first move was the 8 Desolation Sword technique, and the second move was the Star Shattering Sword. He just didn't know how powerful this move, Sword Shattering Stars, was. At this moment, Shun Tu Lai also descended with Lan Xian and the others. You actually broke through. Shun Tu Lai said in disbelief. Yes. Yi Xian nodded silently. If he had been a Void God Realm King at that time, those 3 demonic beasts would have been left behind. Unfortunately, he was only at the peak of the Void God Realm at that time. Lan Xian and the other 2 also looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Lan Xian was even more shocked. One had to know that when she and Yi Xian had just entered the Great Wasteland, Yi Xian was only at 20% virtual transformation. Even the number one genius of the Warlord Palace, Lan Yu, took several years to break through from the 20% void transformation stage to the Nihility God Realm King. Monster, what a monster! Good, this is really good. Dual domain, you are even more powerful than Lan Yu. Shen Tu Lai praised repeatedly. At the same time, he said to himself in his heart, in time, this child will definitely surpass his father. Yi Xian was the son of the undying sword god, Yi Chong. This matter could not be revealed. Otherwise, it would definitely attract trouble. And this trouble would definitely come from the Jiang family. Now, Yi Xian had already broken through to the Void God Realm King. If he joined forces with Shen Tu Lai, they could even kill those 3 demonic beasts from before. However, what they wanted really came to them. Before they could move, 5 figures flew over from the horizon. 3 of them were the 3 demonic beasts that had escaped earlier. They actually found people to come. They are really courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. I have more or less recovered now. Although my battle strength is weak, I can still hold back the 3 of them. Shen Tu Lai's expression became serious. Although he had the metal attribute Void God Spirit, he had comprehended the Midas touch. Previously, when he was surrounded by the 3 demonic beasts, he had relied on the 2nd level of the Midas touch to defend himself. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Kill! Yi Xian did not waste any more words. He gripped his Bahuang sword tightly and charged forward. Of the 5 demonic beasts that came this time, other than the 3 demonic beasts from before, there was another demonic beast king and a level 1 demonic beast king. Coincidentally, the man from the Beast King Hall also had an opponent. Go! Shen Tu Lai shouted and followed after him. It's that brat. You too, go and kill him first. The demonic beast in red shouted, following which Sky Dragon, who had transformed into his original form, joined forces with the other level 2 demonic beast king and charged towards Yi Xian. To their knowledge, Yi Xian was only at the peak of the Void God realm. He had to be killed in the cradle. However, they did not know that Yi Xian had already broken through to the Void God Realm King. The 2 parties instantly clashed. Yi Xian was facing 2 level 2 demonic beast kings. One of them had already transformed into his original form. The man with the surname Chui was facing the level 1 demonic beast king alone. As for Shen Tu Lai, he was facing 2 level 2 demonic beast kings like Yi Xian. Die, brat! The red sky dragon looked at Yi Xian, who was charging towards it. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Even Shen Tu Lai, who had comprehended the metal defense, would be severely injured by this attack. However, Yi Xian had the wind acceleration. He looked at the scorching pillar of fire and instantly dodged it. 8 Desolation Swordsmanship. Sword shatters the stars. Yi Xian had just learned the 2nd move of the 8 Desolation Swordsmanship's 3rd stage. It was now time to put it to good use. A sharp, cold light brushed past the dragon breath and instantly entered the red sky dragon's body. Pooh! A fist-sized hole was pierced through the red sky dragon's body. However, the cold light did not penetrate through the other side of its body. In the next moment, the red sky dragon stopped spewing out its dragon breath. Its body began to break apart. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered into countless pieces. Dragon blood rained down like a heavy downpour. Sword shatters the stars. Shatter the stars. Yi Xian finally understood the meaning behind the name of this move. His instant kill of the red sky dragon caused the expressions of the other 4 goblins to change drastically. Wasn't he only at the peak of the Void God realm? How could he instantly kill a level 2 demonic beast king, who had already transformed into its true form. The goblin who had come to help kill Yi Xian in his cradle was scared silly. At this moment, a strange energy suddenly enveloped him. Domain. This goblin immediately reacted. He turned around and saw that the center of this domain was actually Yi Xian. Yi Xian was already a void god, realm demonic beast king. Retreat. This goblin had just heard about Yi Xian. Now that he had seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes, he had no intention of continuing the fight. He immediately turned around. Chapter 640. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations killing a Grade 2 Dominator. You think you can escape from my domain? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately formed wind blades to attack the demon. At the same time, the Ba Huang's sword shattered. The 8 blades were enhanced by the wind acceleration and flew towards the demon. Damn it! Disperse! This demon was also of the metal attribute. His mastery was the same as Shun Tu Lai's, which was the golden touch and metal defense. Yi Xian's wind blades could not break through his defense unless Yi Xian's domain was enhanced by the wind blade abstruse. Boom! Poof! Poof! This demon was already covered by the golden armor. The wind blades could not break through his defense. However, the Ba Huang's sword could. The Ba Huang's sword contained the 8 waves of the earth. Bang! Kacha! A sharp blade pierced the golden armor, causing it to explode in an instant. Although the demon clan expert was constantly repairing his armor, he could not withstand the simultaneous attack of 8 sharp blades. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over with the help of the wind acceleration. Collapsing heavenly execution. 8 waves of the earth. Boom. This demon was too slow in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian slashed at the demon's armor and broke through half of the defense. If not for the fact that he was not using the Ba Huang sword, this demon's metal defense would have been broken. I thought your defense was very strong. So it's just this. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Yi Xian suddenly retracted his 8 blades and reassembled the Ba Huang sword. Oh no! The face of the demon clan expert, who was protected by the golden armor, darkened. If Yi Xian were to use that move again, he would be dead for sure. He turned serious and transformed into his original form without hesitation. However, transforming into his original form required time. Ba Huang sword technique. Sword shatters the stars. Yi Xian's recovered vital energy was drained again. As he stabbed with his sword, a cold light broke through the metal defense and entered the demon's body. Bang! Kacha! After a muffled sound, a series of crisp sounds rang out. This was the sound of the golden armor shattering, and the demon clan expert inside had been broken into dozens of pieces. Death. The 2 Class 2 demon kings who wanted to kill Yi Xian in the cradle were both dead. Yi Xian immediately collected their interspatial rings. When one reached the void god realm, there wouldn't be a notification unless they had a breakthrough. However, Yi Xian could feel his domain expanding. As long as I kill the other 3, I might be able to become a Grade 2 Dominator. Yi Xian's eyes involuntarily shot out 2 beams of light. He had just broken through to the rank 1 king level not long ago, and now he was about to break through again. However, it was better to kill the other 3 first. Too terrifying. Retreat. The expression of the red-clothed demon that was fighting Shun Tu Lai changed greatly. This time, he was going to transform into his original form. However, Yi Xian was faster than him and joined the battle in the blink of an eye. 8 Barren Wind Formation. Go! Yi Xian did not have much true qi in his body at the moment, so he could only use the 8 sharp blades and wind blades to attack and temporarily recover his true qi. However, this was enough to pose a threat to his opponent. the red-clothed demon was transforming, and his body was constantly growing. However, he was also enduring various attacks. Crushing Heavenly Slash, Yi Xian held a mid-grade void god weapon and slashed at the red sky dragon. Bam! The red sky dragon's body trembled as its abdomen was hit, and a large hole was blasted open. Shen Tu Lai raised his eyebrows and added a beam of golden sword chi. Boom! This beam of sword chi passed through the large hole and penetrated the red sky dragon's body. However, this was not enough to kill it. It's about time. Yi Xian estimated the true chi in his body, reassembled the 8 Baron sword, and stabbed out fiercely. Sword-shattering stars. Poof! The sword chi entered the red sky dragon's body. In the next moment, the red sky dragon roared at the sky and broke into pieces. Another rain of blood fell from the sky. The 3rd grade Dominator was dead. The remaining Grade 2 Dominator and Grade 1 Dominator had extremely ugly expressions. Out of the 4 Grade 2 Dominators, 3 had already died, while the opponent was unharmed. How could they continue fighting? Although he wanted to transform into his original form, the speed of transformation was extremely slow due to the curse. Before he could transform, he would be killed by Yi Xian and Shen Tu Lai. Therefore, he was doomed. Indeed, under the joint efforts of Yi Xian and Shen Tu Lai, the last Grade 2 Dominator followed in the footsteps of the previous 3 in less than 3 rounds. At the same time, the last Grade 1 Dominator was also killed by the man due to his heart palpitations and flaws. All 5 demons were annihilated. Yi Xian did not hesitate to put away the 2 yin and yang rings and devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a Grade 2 Dominator. Shen Tu Lai's expression changed drastically as his aura surged. Yi Xian had just broken through not long ago, and now he had broken through again? Monster! No, he must be the reincarnation of a god. Shen Tu Lai's eyes widened. In less than 2 minutes, Yi Xian had gone from peak void god level to Grade 2 Dominator. Was he still human? Great, this is great. If your father knew about this, he would definitely be overjoyed, Shen Tu Lai said in surprise. Yi Xian's father, Yi Chong, had already attempted the Sword God Pagoda 1,000 times, but he had always been defeated by his brother-in-law. His heart was already filled with demonic roots, and he could go berserk at any time. Yi Xian's appearance might be able to fulfill Yi Chong's wish. This way, Yi Chong's inner demon would disappear. It was unknown whether Yi Xian could pass the Sword God Pagoda and enter the Sword God Palace. Yi Xian, you're so powerful now. It won't be long before you surpass Jiang Tianjin. Lan Xin came over. Jiang Tianjin. Hearing this name, Yi Xian became angry. Jiang Tianjin's talent was actually about the same as Battle Emperor Hall's young master, Lan Yu. However, his father was the Sword God Palace master, which was why his improvement was so fast. Originally, Lan Yu wanted to nurture Ice Lady and Flame Emperor to fight against Jiang Tianjin. Now that Yi Xian had appeared, it would not be a problem for him to surpass Jiang Tianjin if he was given more time. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue searching. Shen Tu Lai was still worried about the others. Then, he went with Yi Xian and the others to search for the others. However, this time they were very unlucky. They did not encounter any humans, nor did they encounter any demons. After 3 days, they found nothing. This is where we were ambushed. We have been searching for so long, but we still haven't found them. Perhaps they have already left the depths of the wasteland, Shen Tu Lai said, as he looked at the craters on the ground. Yi Xian also looked down with a gloomy expression. After searching for so long, they still could not find the others. That meant that the others were either dead, hiding, or had left the depths of the wasteland. Chapter 641. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Important News, Elder Shintu, what should we do? Bluepool asked. Let's leave the vast wilderness. We had already planned that if anything happened, we would return to our respective places and discuss countermeasures, Shin Tu-Lai said. Shin Tu-Lai said, perhaps everyone has already left the great wilderness and returned to the 3 great halls. Then Sister, and the others. Lon Xin frowned. Previously, Bluepool had said that the last time he saw Lan Yu, she was leaving with Ice Lady and Flame Emperor. However, there were 2 Void God Realm Kings chasing after them. Most importantly, Flame Emperor seemed to be heavily injured. He didn't know if they would be in danger. Elder Shintu, you all can return first. I want to search for another 2 days. Yi Xian suddenly said. What? His words made the others feel a little baffled. He had only recently joined the Battle King Palace. Why would he stay behind to search when everyone else had already left? Could it be that he knew someone from the 3 great halls? Could it be that you? Lan Xian suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian didn't plan to hide it anymore and said, That's right. I know Ice Lady and Flame Emperor. The ice goddess you all speak of is my fiancée, Song Sui-jing. Indeed, Lan Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder Yi Xian's expression was more solemn than theirs. It turned out that this was the case. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Xian asked in confusion. What's the use of saying so earlier? When I found out that they were Ice Lady and Flame Emperor, they had already entered the depths of the vast wilderness. Yi Xian shook his head, helplessly. He didn't expect Song Jeju and Song Sui-jing's yin-yang dual body to be so powerful. Their cultivation speed was much faster than his. This was why he didn't recognize them in a hurry. However, it was useless even if he recognized them. When he arrived at the main hall, they had already left. Since that's the case, let's search for a few more days. Shin Tu-Lai could see that Yi Xian was very worried and suggested, 3 days. We'll search for another 3 days. If we can't find him, we'll leave, Yi Xian replied. The depths of the desolate land were extremely dangerous. Even if their team was strong, could they be stronger than the allied team of the 3 major palaces? If they continued to stay here, they would only become more and more dangerous. This would only harm Lan Xian and the others. All right, 3 days. We'll search for her for 3 more days. If we can't find her, we'll go back. Maybe she has already returned to the Battle King Hall. Lan Xian also made her choice. She was also very anxious. After all, there was no news of her sister. Immediately, the 5 of them continued their search. However, they still did not gain anything. They did not see any humans, and the demon clan also mysteriously disappeared. They had been searching for 6 days, but they hadn't seen a single person, not even a single demon. Perhaps they had all left the depths of the desolate wasteland, so they could only leave the desolate wasteland. Yi Xian was very anxious. Although Song Sui-jing had the earring that he had given her, Song Sui-jing might have taken it off and put it in her Qian Kuan ring. It could also be that she was too far away, so there was no reaction. At this moment, Yi Xian could only pray that Lan Yu had already brought the 2 of them back to the Battle King Hall. They quickly left the depths of the desolate wasteland. However, just as they were about to leave the inner area of the desolate wasteland, a few people flew towards them. It's the demon clan. Be careful, Shin Tu-Lai hurriedly shouted. He then added, among them are the 2 grade 2 dominators who were chasing after Lan Yu and the other 2. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. They actually encountered the demon clan experts who were chasing after Lan Yu and the other two. At this moment, the 5 demon clan experts had already flown over. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although we didn't manage to catch up with them, we encountered another group. Not bad. Old Tortoise, we meet again. The leader of the 5 demon clan experts, a bald, middle-aged man, smiled. This person had fought with Shun Tu Lai before. However, because Shun Tu Lai's defense was strong, he went to deal with the others. How many people did you kill? Shun Tu Lai couldn't help but ask. How many? I can't count. Although many escaped, most of them were killed by us. This time, it should be enough to severely injure the 3 Battle Kings, right? The bald, middle-aged man said. Humph. If it wasn't for the Sword God Palace, they would probably all be dead. A demon clan expert at the side shouted. The Sword God Palace was a powerful force in the desolate wasteland. Both parties had an agreement that all Void God realm dominators were not allowed to leave the desolate wasteland and enter the eastern mainland. Therefore, this team of 5 had only chased to the outskirts of the desolate wasteland. They didn't leave the desolate wasteland. At this moment, Yi Xian stood up and couldn't help but ask, where are Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? Ice Lady and Flame Emperor? The bald, middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said, are you talking about the ice and fire attribute? That lightning-attributed girl escaped with him. Humph. That girl actually comprehended the lightning acceleration at the crucial moment. They are lucky. The demon clan expert who had spoken earlier continued. He and another demon clan expert had chased after Lan Yu and the other 2. Phew. Hearing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lan Yu and the other 2 were safe. That fire attribute, Brat, was hit by my ultimate move. He should have died long ago, but he managed to survive the desolate wasteland. However, I reckon that he won't be able to last long unless there is a wood attribute expert who has comprehended rejuvenation to heal him. Another demon clan expert said. This was bad news for Yi Xian. Although Song Suijing and Judge Song had good aptitudes, they were at most grade 1 dominators. However, Judge Song had actually been hit by a grade 2 dominator's ultimate move and was in imminent danger. Whether he could make it back to the Battle King Palace was still a question. Most importantly, he needed a wood attribute expert who had comprehended rejuvenation to heal him. Although the Battle King Palace's palace master was of the wood attribute and had comprehended rejuvenation, his whereabouts were uncertain. Where could they find him? However, it was better to deal with the problem in front of them first. The bald, middle-aged man's gaze suddenly landed on Lan Xian and said, Little girl, you should be the younger sister of that lightning attribute girl. I heard that one of you is of the wind attribute and the other is of the lightning attribute. Since your elder sister ran away, it would be a pretty good harvest to capture you. Humph. Capture her first. Let's see if you have the ability. Shun Tu Lai stepped forward and stood in front of them. The grade 1 dominator from the Beast King Palace, Chui Changhua, also stepped forward. As for Yi Xian, he was hidden within the group. After all, the other party didn't recognize him and didn't know his strength. If he suddenly made a move, he would definitely be able to catch the other party unprepared.